right into your blue eyes. You shake my name, I go insane. I think I'm done being patient. Coming to life here by your side. I think I'm overweighted. You are what I want. Baby, give me all you got. Maybe we could go it low. What you're dreaming of. Sing na 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 na. Sing na 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 na.
Speed, skills, accuracy, brilliance. The 2026 WSCC features some of the best, fastest, and most exciting chess you'll see all year. 16 of the world's top women chess players are pitted against each other in a no-holds-barred, single-elimination bracket. World Championships, Speed Chess Championships, it doesn't matter. Zhu Wenjun and Ho Yifan are the pinnacle of the sport. Kostenyuk, Wagner, and Muzichuk are speed demons, racking up world championships in blitz and rapid tournaments all over the world.
Whoa!
While Bibisara, Vaishali, and Divya bring the heat every time they're over a chessboard. Can they finally dethrone the reigning queen? But don't sleep. Don't blink at the young guns in this field either. Lee, Atwell, and Kamdamova are on the precipice of greatness. The 8th WSCC. The chess will be astounding. You don't want to miss this.
Hello and welcome to the Women's Speed Chess Championship, and we are now in the final chapter of the round of 16. We're down to the last 2 matches in this stage, and the rules of engagement, they are simple. Winner stays on. It's going to be survival of the sharpest, the quickest, and also the most ruthless. I'm Yovi Hauska, and I'm here with one of the greats, Grandmaster Judith Polgar. Judith, are you excited about today's lineup?
Hi everyone, hi Joey. Yes, I'm very excited to see this Blitz match of the first round also and later on, because Blitz is fun.
Blitz is fun, and let's remind ourselves of the format. It's a 16-player single elimination bracket. As mentioned, you lose, you go home, you literally leave the competition, and if you win, you advance to the next level. And the matches, they are intense and they are fun. We have 45 minutes of 5+1, half an hour 3+1, and 15 minutes of bullet chess, some of the fastest, most exhilarating chess imaginable. And well, as we can see on our screens, the quarter finalists, a lot of them are set, and we've had a lot more progress, but we're gonna zone in. Begin with Ho Yifan against Dinara Wagner. Winner will play Anna Muzichuk, and it is gonna be an epic one.
Absolutely, and it's always wonderful to see to play Ho Yifan. She's the highest rated player, and she's not so active most of the time these days, and that's why I think it's really cool to see her in action.
Absolutely, and it's not the only match of the day. Later on we will be spoiled because we are in for a treat. We have another match between Polina Shuvalova against Anastasia Avramidou. So definitely stay tuned for that one. But in the meantime, it is going to be all about Ho Yifan as she faces off against German number 1, Dinara Wagner. Now, Dinara has qualified for this event through the Title Tuesday format, so it means that she is very familiar with online speed chess and also the quick format.
Well, the quick format is always fun to play the 5 minutes entry, and then we have the shorter time controls. So that's clear that the players know exactly that with such a time control and difficult sessions, they do have to stay focused, and this is what we see right now. Dinara is very much getting into the zone and focus so much. She knows the start is so important, and we all know that game 1 can not decide the whole match, but it can give the tone of the beginning. So that's why it's very important for her to have a good game in the first game. And also she's definitely the underdog in the match.
Absolutely. Now, one thing that we have seen is that the higher rated player is usually a lot more dominant in the 5+1, 3+1 format. So if Dinara can hold her nerve in that particular stage of the game, then maybe the whole random nature of bullets will be in her favor. But for Dinara, you can tell it's warm, Judith, because look, there's a fan going on in the background, her hair moving ever so slightly. It's hot in Germany. We'll see whether it's hot over the board as well.
Yeah, I mean, Blitz is a very special part of chess as itself, because I was playing a lot of Blitz, and I remember from my youth that I loved to play Blitz games, but in those times, of course, there was no increment. It was just 5-0. So we have the game kicked off right off us.
And Ho Yifan starting with the white pieces as we see the knight develop out to the middle, and d3 from Ho Yifan. As you mentioned, not so active these days, but she does play a lot of blitz and rapid chess. She favors that kind of format as we see a delayed exchange variation.
Yeah, I don't know how well the players are prepared for the blitz, because I know that some of the top guys, they do have separate opening preparation for classical game and also for blitz games, right? But at the same time, some people like to play the same lines. They are used to that. They know the patterns. They're familiar with the ideas, and it's also very important. After all, a blitz game is based on intuition. There is not much time to be calculating any line, and well, especially not in this opening where it's nothing sharp about it.
Nothing sharp about it yet, as we see bishop e3, and I don't think black should be taking the bishops, and we're seeing the knight go back to d7. I also saw it was possible to develop the light square bishop to g4, but that's a different ball game, as we have the knight going back, and so far they were in theory, but not anymore after knight d2.
I think you highlighted something very important, that this bishop on c8 actually is stuck now. When you play knight d7, this is the drawback. And it's a question whether black had the time to bring out the bishop, let's say, and only later on to play knight d7. Knight d7 is a very common continuation in principle to defend the e5, also protect the c5. Sometimes the plan is also to protect the e5 by playing f6. But let's see how this bishop really going to get out in the later stage.
It is a kind of issue, and for white the question is whether you can jump in with your knight to c4 just to pile on pressure on e5, or did you have to prepare it. And Ho Yifan going now with the other knight to the edge of the board, and yeah, you kind of zoned in on the problem in black's position, because now a knight is threatening to post up on f5, and that's never very pleasant.
Absolutely, and we see that Ho Yifan is playing with all her knights Now the question is whether which is she going to be choosing? Knight. Of course, she did not want to ruin her pawn structure. Knight f5. Black is not taking. Black wants to play eventually g6, but for the moment she cannot play it. So white is very aggressive, playing f4, taking advantage of the. Basically, white is better developed, but just a little bit because the black c8 bishop was not developed yet.
Yeah, somehow, look at this, black's knight is not well placed on c5, it wants to be on e5, and white has the framework for an attack as the knight drops back to attack the rook. Okay, rook is going to simply move. Okay, rook to g4. Oh, what a nice move. Very difficult to actually defend on g7, and knight h6 in the air. And instead, oh, blunder.
You know why it's a blunder. h5, queen g3, knight f4, and knight e2.
Wow.
h5.
Queen, yes.
And king h7, because the pawn is not there anymore. So let's get back. Will Dinara notice this? I think Yifan did notice it. She froze. I have the feeling that she's realizing what has happened.
Yeah, I'm looking at the direction of which Dinara is looking at, and I think she's going to find h5.
Well, it's a blitz game, so if you don't get this idea at first, it doesn't click, then...
Well, Judith, we have some moves. We have some moves, and h5 was not played, just to give you a bit of a spoiler. Instead, king h8, and the player's playing super fast. Very natural move if you don't spot h5, but a golden opportunity there for Dinara, as we see the players make a lot more moves, as we're seeing. And there we saw a trade of knights as Dinara jumps in, and then we're going to get to the live position. You can catch it there on the right as Dinara offers a queen trade, but of course Yifan with a very nice attack against the black king says no, and now she's threatening ideas such as rook to h3. You have e5 is also going to blast open the position, so Dinara now really has to put in a lot of defensive lifting. I mean, she has to do some footwork here to dance out of this one.
Well, yeah, it's not very promising for black, because actually this rook on d4 also not doing much, right? It's very active, but what is actually doing there? I mean, it would be step on e5, it would be a much better place and go maybe to g5. But on d4, it's basically not doing really anything, and white is threatening very heavily with move e5. So I think black has to be extremely careful not to get a very bad position. Queen e8, I like queen e8 generally, because if now queen e8, rook e8, then white is not able to play e5, so white has to be moving away with her queen. The question is, where is she going?
And the question also is, does she lose time if she drops the queen back? Does she allow black to just drop back with the rook, get it to e5? So she moves over to f5, and she still has the idea of going e5, just blasting open the f line. But Dinara, she's persistent. She said, let's keep on trading queens.
Oh no.
Big threat. Queen takes rook. Queen takes rook on f8. Of course, she finds that one. And now what?
Well,
next?
now the problem is
going to be met
e5.
with rook d5.
Exactly. So that is a problem for white. The question is, how much attack does white have? Maybe she wants to come back with the queen.
That's also kind of nice. I like the way Yifan is playing this, because she has a healthy lead on the clock, and Dinara down to 48 seconds, and Yifan just keeps on asking the questions. Are you going to have to calculate rook takes h6? Is that a danger? Maybe she can lift up another rook and see exactly what to do. Oh, but wait 1 second, there's a threat of rook to g5.
Exactly, and I think white misplayed it, because suddenly black has a pretty good harmony. First of all, white has no even idea or a shadow of idea playing e5 anymore. White, I think she was just overestimating this queen on g6 as a weakness, but rook e5 was an excellent move because rook g5 is a threat, and even if white will have to move back the queen, but maybe she's going to play rook h5, maybe that's the best already somehow to get away. And yeah, I mean, black is doing really superb by now.
Yeah.
No dangers at all, and actually she wants to take over, which is not going to be easy, of course, but e5 is not a danger anymore, and black king has some space on h7.
But wait 1 second, queen a7 and the blue arrow indicating that, you know, whenever I see the possibility to grab material, I am there. Queen a7, and isn't the queen side just falling out? Okay, she doesn't find it.
But you know, that's not human to play queen a7, especially in a blitz game. You want to go so far away. It's like Kasparov played against me this queen a7 at some point, and he regretted it. But how can you make sure that in a blitz game you can go and hunt those pawns? But of course, what is excellently done by Yifan is her time management is incredible. But will she be able to get something on the board as well?
Well, now can she not go queen c4 and start targeting a6 and c6 with the same idea? Okay, but I guess rook a5, no, rook a5, queen takes c6. So how to hold on to one pawn? Or maybe you don't.
Yeah, that's a question, how black can react on this. Rook c5, and what about the pawn?
She takes it.
Yeah, she wants to go some queen e5 check, but yeah, rook f5 is possible.
This is making in with the queen and throwing in a check. Okay, now you got to move the rook from d7. More checks.
Gain.
Yeah.
No.
And
well, queen f5 to start with.
And we're seeing Dinara on our screens showing real frustration as she ticks down to 10 seconds on the clock, and she's in a pawn down in a rook and pawn endgame. a4, maybe a5 is going to be on the agenda. Rook is going to improve itself to d5. So Dinara really has to depend on Ho Yifan making a mistake, but Ho Yifan, she is in boss mode right now. She's got extra time on the clock. Now we're in a king and pawn endgame, and king and pawn endgames are very, very good when you have an extra pawn.
Yeah, it's completely winning, and also Dinara is struggling already with her time for quite a long time already, and this will be not possible to save. Though I think there was a easier technique to choose for Ho Yifan, but basically everything wins, right? b4, a5, and there is not much to do for black.
No. And there you go, there's a5 on the board. The black king has to step back. The white king will slowly advance, and black keeps getting pushed backwards, and the extra pawn will start to tell. There you go.
And 1-0 for Ho Yifan. It was a very important victory. It was a very unfortunate situation for Dinara not realizing h5. Can you imagine that that's how the match starts?
Well, also later on, I think she'll be disappointed, like how she just neglected the queen side and let Ho Yifan manage to win that pawn and consolidate. But we have Dinara playing d4, and Dinara has a very solid style, as we're seeing Ho Yifan just go for something very flexible in order to take the battle out of theory and into a middle game, as we're seeing h3. But Dinara, she's married to Dennis Wagner, a German grandmaster, and he's very well prepared. I think he's been the second for the German women's team, working behind the scenes. But that's just my memory talking. As we see now, it's like a King's Indian, except there's a bishop on b7.
Yeah, a quite strange bishop on b7 for a King's Indian. It's supposed to be on its initial square on c8 and just focus on f5. Of course, next move f5 is not a threat still because white would be going knight g5. Though I see some kind of interesting ideas even then, you know. The only problem is that blitz is blitz, so it's very hard to show these ideas because I would think to sacrifice a queen.
Wow.
Okay, well, I can't show it because but I had a funny idea to show next time.
Yeah.
g3.
Okay.
But
Are you
okay,
sure?
maybe
I think we
even
had some
now I
time.
can. No, I think I can show you what I want. f5, knight g5, f4, knight here. To go f takes e3, knight d8, doing this, and then somehow going knight g3 and then take the knight.
Very nice. And very complicated as well. Yeah, I can see
And
how
here
an
if
idea
it's
like
king
that.
d2, I can also visualize some fun things. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit overwhelmed here. Okay, let's get back to the game. After g3, a5.
Yeah, but I like the idea and the creativity as well. I'm very glad that we got to see it. But instead we're seeing that black sounded the defensive, and now white is the one trying to control the f7, f5 pawn push.
No, eventually I think black has to go f5 anyway. Or it's a
Yeah,
better
because
try,
otherwise.
at least.
Okay, now we're seeing it, and f3 indicated by Judith just to solidify the pawn structure. That makes a whole lot of sense. The knight on e8 is not a great piece. And the question though, I always feel very stressed in these type of situations when you handle the position as white, is like where to put the king. I always have to have a safe refuge. And it doesn't feel safe on the king side, not in the middle, and definitely not on the queen side. But maybe white can just sit there on e1 for a long time and just keep the opponent guessing. But as we're seeing the knight actually come to f3, that's surprising for me because f3 seemed a lot more logical.
I'm also wondering actually whether knight f3 was what kind of move was it. But for her, it was the idea that she definitely and desperately wanted to push h5. And if she would go f3, but it's risky for white. I mean, there are two options after, especially this one. Knight is having space on d6 after d takes e5 and rook f4. And of course, the main idea is somehow to push the pawn e4, and then this bishop can be a fantastic, powerful piece, h5. White is valuing her attack, maybe overestimating it a bit, don't you think so?
Yeah, but it's interesting that the blue arrow appears because I was thinking rook f4, and that is not a good move according to our engine. Knight to d6 is the move.
Well, it's a difficult moment for black actually because both of them seems to be very obvious. Rook h4 has an obvious preference contrary to knight d6 because now queen h4 is possible and you would want to cut away the queen, right, from the attack. But at the same time, after queen h4, nothing is a threat because even if white opens up the h file, it's just a check, king f7, and white has to come back.
Yeah, cool.
Right?
Yes. That is true. And also the knight on d6, now I'm looking at it, it's like super nicely placed because you've got knight f5, the rook f4 is coming, and I completely agree with you. A check on h7 does not end the game, unfortunately, for white. So I feel like white, even though the evaluation bar staying in the middle, has a really difficult job to keep control in this position.
Yeah. So queen h2.
And for
e4
black,
is not possible for the moment because the rook would be hanging. So this is the way how white is stopping black from playing e4. For the time being.
Could you try knight f5, queen e7? Oh, not the best move. Taking on
but look
g6.
at the takes and check and rook h6.
Oh.
This pawn becomes vulnerable.
Wow.
Okay, but this is not
And-
deadly difficult. So she's going to be making it, I think. She should
Yeah.
be making it. Anyway, I mean, that's why she put her queen on the h5, right? To be able to enter to the black camp.
Yes. And everything is lined up for that. And yeah, you can't go knight h4 because the knight is needed on f3 to protect g5. So g6 makes a whole lot of sense. Maybe no, there's no deep calculation involved as well. You cannot defend on g6. Okay, she finds step 1, queen h7, king f7, rook h6, and suddenly the forces just come crashing through.
Important moves. Yifan is in trouble.
Big threat, queen takes g6. You can pick up the knight. So can Yifan just simply move that knight to f5, let's say, and try to
Well,
maybe not
both,
knight
actually.
f5.
I'm not even sure what is more painful, whether to give a check with the queen first or... And now again, I'm not sure not rook g6 is a better move than queen g6.
Yeah. Yep. Rook g6, rook g8, you're still
Rook e6.
somewhat
rook e6.
surviving.
So
Yep.
something like that. And then knight e5 and queen h5 and horror comes.
Yeah. Complete horror
and she
there.
went knight h4. Which is good as well, but I think it's complicating matters for nothing, for no reason.
Okay, which is depending on queen takes g5, rook takes g6 is going to be the response.
True.
Still, you can't defend g6. Yeah. Dinara looking like she's going to strike back.
Yeah, that's a very important one. Very difficult to make a move for Yifan. I mean, you want to fight on, but how to do it that it's a real fight?
Yeah.
Time is going down as well.
Yeah, 36 seconds. And okay, so I guess for Yifan, she has to maybe utilize the rules of defense, rook h8, try to swap off a set of rooks, minimize the attackers.
I thought to take on h4, it would be a great idea if white would have to capture it back and then black goes queen g5 and then black is completely back in business. Even rook h8. But after rook h4, queen g6 check first and only after that capturing the rook. But that is when
Yeah. And Dinara now has a choice. What should be taking on g6? Should it be the rook? Should it be the knight? Should it be the queen?
I think the knight, absolutely the knight. Because
Yes.
when the queen goes queen g5, then the bishop on g7 is falling off. So I think knight g6 is the simplest, though it's hard to ruin it at this point.
Yeah. I like knight g6 because it's the most forcing move as well, and she plays it as we're seeing. Bishop takes knight, and okay, the queen's here coming off, and now we have ourselves an endgame. c4.
Well, the good thing is, well, I'm also considering bishop h5. It also looks not bad at all for white.
That is very true.
I mean, this king cannot castle, let's face it. It came from g8 all the way to e8. Rook e7, rook e6. Interesting.
King c7. Can you keep the dance alive? Oh, takes.
Okay, knight f4.
She finds it.
And then takes and knight c7.
Yeah. Still, how
This
you
is also
found
wins.
tricky.
Yeah, I mean, long castle was also possible to win the knight instead.
But now look at the clocks, Judith.
Okay, black is
8
Black
seconds.
is in business.
Not easy, especially with this time control. Okay, no knight to e5. The player is just
Knight e5.
playing on instinct.
Knight e5 takes. Well,
Okay.
what is your guess? What will be the final result of this game? Rook takes b6. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, make a move, rook d5.
You know, she might lose on time. Just 1 second. Oh no, and it's just
But
losing
this
control.
sentence goes for both. Oh my god!
And we have checkmate there at the end of that. So Dinara took a lot of adventure, but she got there. She immediately struck back. It's now 1 point apiece, and we move on to the third game of the match. And we're seeing the bishop coming out to c5, so still the same approach. And Yifan not taking that knight on c6. Maybe she wasn't allowed. No, she wasn't allowed to do that. And instead now jumping in with the knight to d5. So the big battle is going to be in the center. Bishop e3s is what I'm expecting. But it's black to play. Bishop e6 is a main move. Also rook b8, castles, bishop b7. These are all moves that have been tried before.
But can you imagine that what we have seen just a second ago? I mean, what kind of roller coaster the players went through. It was very clear Dinara had to win the game, and then Yifan was fighting like a tiger, and then it was going back and forth, and then a rook was given, and then there is a checkmate. You don't even realize it, what has happened, and within seconds, you have the next game starting 1e4.
Yes. And also, I gotta say, I don't know about you, Judith, but you know, when you're in that kind of frantic moment with the clock ticking down the final seconds, a lot of the time you're like holding your breath. You're physically tense. You're holding your breath. You're just making the moves. The adrenaline is pumping, and then a new game starts and you have to completely adjust again. And somehow I just saw Yifan on our camera. She seemed to zone out just for a little bit, and now back in the focus as she just gets on with the job in hand. Yifan is very experienced in this format. I mean, she's won the event twice. She was a finalist last year, losing to Ju Wenjun in the end. And Dinara seems like a very expressive person. We can see that on our cameras, how, she feels the emotion of the board and the flow of the game. And we're seeing a d4 now. Dinara has to obviously take a decision in the center. Is she going to reinforce it with knight g6? I think she's probably going to be going pawn takes pawn, though.
Yeah, giving up the center, it's never very promising. The bar is very tricky here. Very tricky.
Yeah.
Prefers to play it with black. Very surprising. c5 should be the move.
Yes, that is exactly what I would be recommending. You have to strike back. c5, d5 doesn't feel quite right because the bishop is there on b6 and it's going to be far away from the action. d5 does make an appearance. e5, of course. And now the pawn on c7, it is a backward pawn. And I have this rule. Of course, it can be broken, but when you have a white pawn on e5, this is a signal to start attacking the black king because the pawn cuts the board in half.
Yeah, but actually black is doing pretty well this idea, bishop e4, and trying to go activate herself, her pieces with knight f5. The question is whether this bishop on e4, can it be stabilized itself? Like if white goes knight d2, can, and actually that's what happened. So is she going to go knight f5, or she is planning to go back? Or playing bishop d3 with the tempo and then knight f5.
Well, one thing though I've got to say is that she's not going to be putting the bishop back on f5 because the pieces are going to be fighting each other. I wasn't sure about knight f5 because I thought there you just go knight takes bishop and you say thank you very much for the light squares, and queen to g4, already you got the makings of an attack. The knight is on freeze and
Very
the pawn
good
on
move,
e4.
queen g4.
Incredible. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, the problem is for black, especially after taking on e3, that after f takes e3, the bishop is incredibly powerful, attacking on f7, the rook is attacker, and at the same time we have to highlight that this bishop is going to be completely passive, biting into the white pawn, which is, I mean, practically white has a piece off kind of thing.
Yeah. And Dinara's doing all of the right things. You know, she has to break out because otherwise white has a free hand. So this is nice. And the question is, how can white get more? I mean, is it going to be content with just taking the pawn on c5 and then grabbing the pawn on e4? Somehow I feel that white should be getting way more out of this one.
You're so greedy, Jovi. You want to take on c5 and e4. I just can't believe it. You just want to play so simple. I would not. I don't know. I don't want to go dc. You know what I want to do? I want to go rook d1.
Yeah.
I want
That's
to go rook
also.
D1. I don't want to have these pawns like that to take that, even if it's winning. Rook d1 seems to be more harmonious.
Yeah.
To me.
Oh, wait, hang on a second. Can I be greedy in the most efficient way? Queen takes e4, pawn takes pawn, and then rook to d1.
And then rook d1.
Yes.
Yeah, but you know what I do. I might play d3, so you still have this ridiculous two pawns on e5 and d3.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
What else?
But I'm going to argue that there's going to be a battery of the bishop and the queen lined up. As we see e6 being played, well, for Dinara, she has to lock that.
Actually, it's also very good. Maybe it's the best because black has to play c4 and then bishop c2, not b2, bishop c2. And then queen takes, and this diagonal can be deadly for black.
Yeah,
Actually,
this is very nice. Rook takes rook as the only move. That's surprising to me. I could have thought that you could do absolutely anything and you'd be much better. And yes, the rook takes rook would have been a nice blow.
But I still don't understand the difference.
Yeah.
Maybe that white would not take after takes, rook f1, maybe queen e4. I mean, now
rook f7.
Oh, now rook f7. Oh. Oi, oi, oi.
Threatened checkmate.
Oi, oi for black. And after rook, here rook d7, just to win some material. As the simplest story.
Yes. Very, very nice comeback, I gotta say, from Yifan. You know, she didn't let the previous game unsettle her whatsoever. She just, okay, get on with business, find some lovely moves, queen to g4.
Yeah.
And Dinara thinking.
Yeah, not much to do.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't see any other way to defend the pawn on g7.
And it will be the third game in a row which is decisive. No draws.
And that's exactly what we like about this competition, as we see rook to g8 being played, rook d7, and now the queen. Maybe you can keep the game alive a little bit with queen c6, but no, bishop takes rook. That is gonna clinch the game. Extra material. The rook is super active there on d7.
Interesting that white is hesitating. Of course, that rook will not move away, so actually white does have time. Well,
yeah.
Why not? Why not to take after all? Yeah.
Yeah. Why not put it in the bank, as we say? Move that bishop out of dodge and just play with that extra material now. The D pawn is under lock and key, so you don't need to be worried about that. You're just
Not
going to
really.
be a rook up.
I mean, also queen e4 is not a bad option, and after queen g8, rook e7.
Yep. That's ruthless.
Yeah.
Very clinical there. She goes
That's
for
what
it.
she's choosing.
Okay, so I'm guessing pawn takes pawn.
And what about this queen h7?
Yes. Well, that was the killer blow. The Yifan strikes back as we have checkmate there on h7, and we begin again. Dinara now with the white pieces. So far we've had 3 decisive games with white.
Yeah. Well, the pawn was not the reason I wanted to take it. It was just a small threat on h7. Let's see how Dinara is bouncing back again.
Yeah, and
Interesting
we're
that
seeing
Yifan is going bishop, this b6, bishop b7 kind of system. But a bit different this time.
yeah. But I don't think this would have come too much of a surprise to Dinara, because Yifan, in my experience, she either plays Queen's Indian or this type of formation or some kind of Benoni. I had a few fights with her in the Benonis and Queen's Indians, and we're seeing knight to f6, bishop e7, and is white gonna play super aggressively with ideas such as knight f3? And I'm wondering whether h3 g4 will make an appearance, because otherwise it feels like white has to do something, otherwise black is going to be very comfortable. Another way to unsettle is to go for some d5 breaks, but we're seeing bishop d6.
I don't understand these moves. What was the idea of a6? Why was
To
that
stop
played?
knight b5 maybe.
But after knight b5, d6, I blocked the bishop. I just don't understand these moves.
Yes, well, I didn't understand them either, but I guess they had some logic in the player's mind, as we're seeing knight h3, knight to f4. I personally also would have gone bishop takes bishop, but I understand that white feels that they wasted a lot of time retreating the bishop. And I don't know, I find these positions quite tricky for white, even though the evaluation bar is completely in white's favor, just because it's not clear cut what the next stage is.
Well, this is kind of standing strange, this bishop in front of it, the knight. I wonder if white wants to go later h4 and h5, or what's the plan?
Yeah.
Bishop d3. Of course, it's a question also where this knight is going to be developing. Not much of a space, but to go to c6, and it's on the board. But
it does encourage white to go d5. So that was like one other plan that I haven't, that white normally has in this type of positions, is to break out with d5 and just get that space. But we're seeing Dinara not go for that, as we're seeing the queen come out to f6. Well,
somehow I have the feeling that black is consolidating herself, going knight e7 at some point, and even at some point eventually I'm going to go g5.
Completely agree with you there. And
maybe already now. Knight d4 is possible?
Yes. I was looking at these tactics, but then I didn't see knight takes d4. But yeah, knight, and I think Dinara spotted it, Judith. Have a look at her on our screens there on bottom left. And Yifan has also, look how she's suddenly gone into think mode. Knight d4, she finds it.
Yeah. Not expected tactics.
Yeah. And okay, well, loose pieces, they do drop off. It's a cliche, but it's ever so true. The knight on f4, tactical weakness. But can Dinara just continue as if nothing has happened? And to do that, maybe you can just move your knight out of the way. I also wondered whether you can get b4.
Do it like Alpha Zero, yeah? Give up a pawn and then 40 moves later look around and
Yeah.
it's a great sacrifice.
It was all part of the plan. Okay, here you takes d4.
It was not part of the plan. No, it was not part of the plan. That was a joke.
No.
No. Oh my god, my knight on h5. What does it do there?
Yeah, exactly. Queen takes knight, and now, okay, like, see what I mean? Like, you can just get.
Okay, there is an attack against b6.
Okay, rook to b8.
Queen g5. Okay, rook b8. So what's the plan after queen b6? Bishop e4, yeah? Queen b4.
Yeah. Okay, it's still not so easy. If you take bishop takes d5, the rook lands on c7, and Dinara's gone active.
But I wonder what black is thinking at this point.
Also, I forgot to mention that the pawn on a6 is hanging as well, so you don't
Well,
really
both-
want to be going e takes d5.
Both are vulnerable there. A5, look at that. It definitely came as a surprise to me.
Yeah. But this is nice now, what Yifan is doing, because queen takes d7, yes, white recovers the pawn, but the pawn on d4 is going to be super weak, and the queen on h5 can find a way to infiltrate on the dark squares. So I kind of like this approach. Queen takes d7, just attack that queen, boot it out from 7th rank, then start coming in.
Well, after queen d7, queen g5 might be a pretty unpleasant move. Rook c7.
Queen g5, queen h6, rook c8, queen h4, your move
Yeah.
being played.
Yeah, because this wants to be a target.
And how to defend that one? You have to go queen e5. Yifan taking over.
Well, white is struggling with her time.
I mean, I don't understand why Dinara's taking so much time here, because here you can't be allowing queen takes d4.
Yeah, but the problem is if you go f4, then black can just simply go, for example, queen g4.
Yeah, because you go, but
Queen
to my
e5.
eyes, queen e5 forced.
Now black has to be
okay.
careful not to play d6.
Yes, don't do that, because queen takes d7 ends the game, one blow. Okay, but now you got some choices. You can go rook d8 to queen e7.
Rook f7.
But still, I gotta
Rook
say
d7.
that white does have control over the c line, and that's a little bit of compensation. Obviously, as white, you do need to be careful, because the queen on h4 is quite the menace. Rook f7, everything is beautifully covered there by Yifan. Rook c1. Now, the rook on c1 must be careful not to move.
Well, after all, d6 will be possible by now.
Bishop takes f3. That is the threat.
That is a threat, and also d6 even a more powerful, stronger way of playing it. Also, at some point, even queen d2 can be unpleasant. Not now, but
Very. No, but it's there in the air, right? You know, especially because the white king is vulnerable on the dark squares. Oi, 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 rook c8 and rook f8. Okay, that's a very natural move.
I'm not sure. I don't think she did it.
Yeah.
Queen c1 check first.
Dinara gives a smile there.
A small
But how Yifan?
interaction.
She has a 2-point lead on the 5+1 portion, and we go into what is going to be our last game of 5+1 time control, and we have a Sicilian, a change of approach from Dinara. So she's come fully prepared with the plan A and a plan B.
Yeah, interesting to see this opening in this match.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna be sharp. And this is the last game of this portion of the 5 minutes.
Yes.
So we'll see
And
with what score they enter to the next phase.
exactly. And I gotta say, for Dinara, I think it's very important for her that she scores something. You know, a draw will be satisfactory for her, but she must go into the next phase on a positive note, because she's trailing by 2 points. And
Exactly.
going into it like 3 points deficit is going to be very difficult when the clock starts ticking down to 3+1, because Ho Yifan, she's so experienced and she's so good. The castle queen side, what next there, as we see queen to c7 and g4 make an appearance. And I always find these positions very messy. I always get terrified when I'm playing white, because I think b5 is very nice idea, but Judah's indicating h4, g5 is going to be the counter for what. Oh, look at this, we have a sacrifice.
No, it's only me having fun.
Oh.
We have rook e1 on the board instead.
But it's there. It is there. You know, I remember I think I was getting my husband to play some open Sicilians, and he had one where he could have gone knight d5 or bishop d5, and I said to him, look, you gotta, and I think it was some of your games where you plonked a piece onto d5. I was like, you gotta check out these games.
Well, it's blitz after all, yeah.
But on this tablet, it's literally now. Like, you gotta check out these games, because before Judah has been played by black. That is really provocative, because, you know, we were talking about bishop d5, knight d5. It literally is now.
And look what's coming. Look what's coming.
Yeah.
You can't avoid knight d5, basically.
No. And this is textbook stuff, right? You know,
I mean, this is exactly when, yeah, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah. And yeah, you gotta take care of the king. So instead of b4, you should go bishop d7. Oh, I was looking at bishop b7, but bishop d7 is apparently a better alternative, just kind of maintaining some connection to the king. And now Ho Yifan, I mean, she is, again, look at her on our screens. She is in calculation mode. She's gonna find knight d5.
Well, you barely have another move. I mean, basically, first of all, you will not ignore it, because that's the move which comes to mind first.
Yeah.
After b4 in this system. So knight b1, obviously, you're not going to play. The only other move you're going to be checking is knight a4.
Yeah.
But once you start looking knight e5, the problem is that black is in trouble. Simply, you cannot take it. That's
and I
the
can
big
see
problem.
Judith on our live board. You can see that knight to d5. It is
on the board.
appeared.
Yeah.
It has appeared on the board. Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah, because this is the problem.
Checkmate. Yeah.
So, and if king d8, the problem is knight c6. And then this kind of mate. Sorry guys, we are enjoying ourselves, giving all kind of checkmate in the meantime, when Dinara is thinking and probably cursing herself. Why did I play b4? How could I do that?
But you know which checkmate she maybe missed? in her assessment of this, it was perhaps this queen to e7 made this sacrifice, but we're seeing
But
knight
even
is
if you
e3.
don't have that, it's a very bad position.
Yeah, I agree. So, not a great position for Dinara. She goes queen a5, knight takes bishop, and now white has everything that they want. King to b1. I love that move. Just cover the a1 square, and white is the one with full control in the middle of the board. And take a look at black's pawn structure. I mean, you can't commit a single pawn. So bishop to d7, d6 is the big target. I wonder whether there's a way to break through. Judith, can you crash through with a piece sacrifice? Yes, knight f5, and it's the same business again.
She didn't play it yet. It's only I'm putting these moves on the board.
Ah,
But now it's on the board too. This is just such an example, of this system. That you get knight d5, after that you get knight f5, and it's just all these typical, classical patterns of this structure. What Dinara has to face.
yes. And Dinara shaking her head there. As after knight to f5, there is 1,000 problems for black to solve. Knight takes d6, that's one. Rook takes d6, you cannot capture that knight because the bishop on d7 is going to be either lost or the black king is going to be checkmated. I mean, black's position is just falling apart. Oh, difficult to suggest a move that keeps the game alive. King there, and yeah, he was just thinking queen to e7. And that's not the best. I thought this, and rook takes d6, and I thought this is going to be all over.
Immediately, yeah?
Yeah.
And the rook a7.
Yeah. And now, can you have fun with queen e7? Okay, we're actually, let's keep
that.
We don't have to work too hard, Judith, because it's happening right on our screens as we see Dinara. She's decided just to grab that knight and see where it takes her as the queen lands on e7. King runs to c8. And now it's decision time. You can take on d6 with the queen, which makes a whole lot of sense because then you're threatening the bishop. You're also threatening the pawn on f6. And on top of that, the black king is so weak and exposed.
Rook d6.
Okay, idea now of rook to e8. Of course, Yifan spots this. Rook d8 goes on the passive.
But okay, now let's start collecting these pawns. Simply the problem is for black that there is no counter chance. I mean, the king on b1 is just perfectly safe. I mean, it's guarding this queen, which is not doing anything.
Yeah.
The biggest problem of white, what is the easiest way to win? When you have too many ideas of winning. So now the dilemma for white is, should I take on f7? Should I take the f6? Should I take with the rook or with the bishop or the queen? Or should I go rook d5 and possibly go rook c5 instead? So these are the dilemmas that, okay, I know I'm having a winning position, just how to show my technique. Now again a question, should I be taking on a6 suddenly? Should I be going rook d5? Checkmate in 2.
Yes.
Okay.
That will be good enough for the win, Judith, as we see a shake of the head, and Yifan keeps on finishing the game with a checkmate. And after the drama at the beginning, let's check out the scoreboard because it is a very healthy 3-point lead for Yifan. 4 points to 1. What's been your impression of this match so far?
Well, first of all, it's very exciting. The result shows it very well that we have not seen a single draw in this game, in this match so far, out of the 5 games. It was exciting. Dinara had a few chances, but somehow in the last game or two, she kind of did not have much chance in this match. So she was somehow down right now. I think
Yeah.
it's very good that she has a little break, and then somehow she has to get back and fight back in the 3+1 portion.
Absolutely, Judith. Well, the pressure is mounting, certainly for Dinara, as we move into the 3+1 portion. From now on, every move, every mistake, every possibility will start to count. We're going to go on a short break. When we return, it's going to be all of the excitement of 3 minutes plus 1 second. So stay tuned.
I actually never thought that far. I'm just already excited about my first match, which is gonna be super tough since I'm playing against Ho Yifan, the second highest rated woman of all time. So I'm just focusing now on the one match, not thinking so much ahead of time. Yeah, sure. When I saw the pairing for the first time, I was immediately happy with it, especially since all other players I play from time to time on some OTB tournaments, but playing against a Ho Yifan is something very rare, something that doesn't happen so often since she's, I think it's fair to say, almost retired. She plays only classical tournaments in China, and except for that, some Blitz and Rapid. So yeah, it's a cool occasion, and I'm really happy about the pairing and that I'm gonna play such a legend. I'm not sure that for thousands of young chess players, hopefully, but don't think the number is that big. But of course, it's always an honor, and feels nice, feels also responsible. If somebody is looking up to me, I feel the responsibility to be a good role model, behave well, and yeah, I'll try to do my best to succeed in that. I really like that there are many categories, 5+1, 3+1, 1+1, so one can try out different things and see who is stronger in which format, what suits you better. That it's very versatile and it can go in either way. Let's say I'm losing 5-1 match, but then quite good at 3+1, and then 1+1 decides everything. Yeah, that's very exciting. That's a good question. I think +5+1 probably is the one I'm gonna be more comfortable with, since I'm not so fast with the mouse. So 1+1 is gonna be definitely tricky for me. But we will see. It's my first time playing at the Women's Speed Chess Championships, so I really don't know what to expect and how it's gonna go.
Are you tired of losing against strangers in chess? Donating ELO rating points to somebody you don't even know? Feels a lot better losing to a friend who could actually use those rating points and then thank you later. Sync your contacts and get started playing against people you already know in real life on Chess.com today.
And we are back with half an hour of 3+1 fast-paced chess. The big question is, will Yifan extend her lead? She's a 2-time winner of the WSCC. Or will Dinara Wagner manage to close the gap? That's the big issue, the big question. Judith, what do you think?
Well, I don't know exactly how well Yifan is playing the 3+1 portion, but if she's enjoying it, likes it, keeps the focus, she has a lead that it will be very hard to challenge for Dinara. And I think Dinara is kind of affected by the first portion, because it's very difficult not to be affected, right? I mean, when you have a 3-point down, of course she can think, and she should not think about it really, what is the result, but she knows that she has to take risks in order to be flipping around the match.
Absolutely. And she also perhaps has to switch things up, because Yifan has been very impressive with the white pieces. You know, she's handled e4, e5s with great ease. Also the Sicilian, as we saw. Now it's Dinara's turn. She maybe might need to switch things up, maybe not go a3, do something a little bit different. But we'll see what Dinara has prepared as the players, they get ready for the 3+1 to begin. Half an hour of action ahead of us.
Well, at the same time, we've seen Yifan, no matter how great she is and stable she is, she does make mistakes. And actually she did the first real mistake in this match, in game 1, where she had a pretty convenient position, and there she made the intermediate move that she thought she's setting up a trap for Dinara, and instead actually she could fall into her own trap with some great tactics, which was not discovered by Dinara. Okay, so Dinara is white, d4 again. Nimzo.
Yep, and this time it is Yifan. No, it's a Nimzo, so it is Dinara that is switching things up as we're seeing this particular pawn formation, and white is playing for a big center, as we're going to be seeing e4, maybe even f4, f3 make an appearance. And here comes the first stage. You got to relocate that knight to g3, and I'm just going to catch up on my board as we're seeing that bishop is going to develop. I would put it on d3. That's the most logical move for me. But checking out the theory, bishop to e2 has also been played. f3 has also been tried.
Yeah, it's an interesting system when the knight is on g3, covering some important square. Bishop d3 was played. But in many occasions, I think black is going rook e8, and after that e4, pushing back the bishop.
Yep, that is the main response. It is very logical, right? It's a natural continuation with a knight on c6. It's not like black is suddenly going to go b6 and bishop to a6 and knight to a5. That feels way too slow. So rook e8, e4 is a very natural plan. And again, I'm baffled by this new, I'm not baffled, but I really love this new feature that Chess.com have on their database, where you can check out which course is available on Chessable for you. And here you can see Hagopian's complete d4. This is the recommendation of this grandmaster.
Okay, rook e8 is on the board. So black is not hiding of her plan of playing e4 also at some point.
Mm-hmm. And big
Let's see
question, do we
how.
go e4 now?
It's a question because otherwise white is going to be playing queen e2, queen c2, which was not possible before because then there was a pin, right? So if here, then black can take e takes d4 and then knight takes d4 after e takes d4.
Yep, nice tactics there. But in fact, what we have on our screens is that black has actually gone for the knight a5 plan that I indicated earlier, and white has just gone e4. So, you know, you got to be careful in this type of position because a lot of the time white is planning just to give up the c-pawn and instead just immediately go for a kingside initiative, you know, e4, f4, keep it going. But we have some moves, Judith, as white did expand in the center, black challenged, and now d5.
And of course f4 is on the board. Looks very dangerous for black.
Yeah, I bet. And so question here is like, I somehow feel like you want to be able to recapture on e5 with a knight. So the hero is wondering whether to go knight d7, but that kind of feels passive, or knight g4. But okay, she takes first, bishop takes, knight comes out to g4, nicely done. And blue arrow appearance, so queen f3, making use of the fact that black isn't in time to go knight e5, because then you just take it and take on f7.
Exactly, queen f3 seems to be a very strong move, though I'm not sure it's the most easy to find. But also Dinara is not doing only greatly on the board, but also on the clock. She has a big advantage.
Yeah.
And yes, queen f3 is very good because it's not allowing knight e5 to be played.
Yep.
And it's not so easy for black to react on that. So queen f3 is not only the best move, but I think it's an important move to be played. And queen
Okay,
f3
she
on
finds
the
it.
board.
And f6. And how to break through from this one.
Yeah, I think f6 was kind of the only move, and black is trying to occupy the e5 square. Nice move, knight h5. Immediately giving a hard time for black, so g6 is not possible so easily.
Mm.
I think queen g3.
And queen g3. I love this.
Look at that.
You can't-
Look at this weakness.
Yeah.
I think knight f6. Just smash knight f6.
Yeah, I love it too. You know, just take the dark squares. Everything is better. I was thinking h3. That was my vibe. But
Well,
yes,
probably
it's
h3
still
is
the
better.
same. Well, it's still the same idea, you know. Just crash through on the dark squares. e5 is incoming. Yifan is in big trouble. Rook takes f6. That's a beautiful move. Setting up bishop e5 ideas. Queen f4. You can also build this. Now it comes. Oh,
What a crushing
19
game.
seconds. Yes, and this is what we need to see more from Dinara. You know, she's
Wow,
picked her opening to
e6.
perfection.
No, this game is a real crush. Poof! Bishop f5.
What to do?
Very upsetting situation. Queen f4 and game over. Resignation.
Yeah.
Not saying queen h5 is not a good move, but
She finds it.
of course she fights on. Queen h6.
It's 8 seconds. Yifan is in big trouble. Oh, what happened here? And it all just slipped in one moment.
Oh my god.
Rook.
Oh my god. What has just happened? In 2 moves, 3 pawns are gone.
Well, hang on a second. She's still got a chance now because the black king is still incredibly shaky. And Okay, this just seconds. And the rook. Queen takes. Is there some kind of tricks? No, there isn't. Everything is well protected, and white is just simply a comfortable piece up. Whoa. Seconds for Ho Yifan. Moving rook f8. Idea. Throwing a check. And this is going to be game over. And Dinara strikes back, but it was some nervy moments there at the end there, Judith.
It was funny. I did the same head shake, and then Dinara did the same. You know this. What has happened? I mean, that would be tough if she would have lost that one. Then the whole match would be over, basically.
Yeah, but as it stands, she's narrowed the gap down to 2.
Yeah, but otherwise she played a great game. She basically crushed Hu Yifan until the point where she collapsed, and she lost 3 pawns, c4, d5, e6, and got a worse position suddenly.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was an important victory for Dinara for sure.
Exactly. Sometimes it doesn't matter how you win them, as long as you win them. And as we there, d6, castles, and then here bishop a7 is a move, castles is another move, b5. Bishop d7 has also been tried, h6. These are all possibilities for black, but the very main move is just a castle. But bishop a7, just anticipating d3, d4. Oh, this move, bishop e6. And now black again has a choice. Castles, you can take that bishop on e3. But personally, knowing Ho Yifan's style, I think I would be castling. I don't think I would be inviting any opening of the F lines.
You know, in chess, sometimes I find it one of the most interesting thing when two pieces are opposite to each other and the exchange. There's so many situations where it just makes a huge difference on what terms you're exchanging, right? Here, the question is whether you're grabbing the bishop on a7, rook a7, or bishop is taking on e3, and then the pawn structure is changing also. It's very interesting in chess. Also in life that, you know, when you have a tension, who moves first, right? And in what circumstances you're going to get the same thing, like exchanging the bishop or saying something. Or...
Exactly, like how those circumstances can change, how you can almost manipulate it into your favor, or again, use the psychology of it. Because I have noticed, again, I've said this many, many times, that with players, regardless of their standard, there's only so long that humans can withstand tension. Eventually someone just cracks, and then after a few moves the other person also starts to break as well, and then anything happens.
Yeah, but it's very interesting in chess also, I think, that who cracks first. Like here's again a tension, right, in the center. Is white going to capture, is black going to capture, or white is going to play d4, for example?
Exactly. Those are the questions. There's a lot of trades. d4. Okay, we got now maximum tension on the board. I love these moments because you have to spend your time calculating, and Dinara, she started to quicken her pace, but this is a good move. Knight to g6, holding the tension for that little bit longer.
So what is it going to be? Is it rook f5? White is going to go there, or take on d5? And then the...
Taken. She's taken on d5.
Behind.
Knight takes.
Knight is hanging on g5 suddenly.
So expecting the queen to come out to defend, and again the tension is still there in the center. Is black going to be the one trading on d4? Is he going to withstand that tension a little bit more? Queen to e7. Nice. And there's a lot of stuff happening beneath the surface, right? You know, I'm looking at this rook on a1, and it has eyes on a6, and there's a lot of flexibility there for Ho Yifan. Like, she's got that potential weakness to target. Now she's threatening to double up on the F line, and Dinara now ticking under the minute. As we see, rook takes a6. Is that even a possibility now?
Well, it's there, right? That pawn. Everything is possible.
Yeah, I wonder whether Yifan will be tempted to grab it, because it does leave the king a little bit shaky there on g1 with no protection.
At the same time, queen on g3 is kind of defending backwards too, not only an attacker.
But somehow as white, you want to keep control, right? And this is exactly what Yifan is playing for. You know, she's not going to take it.
Pawn is a pawn. You don't want to grab
I
the
know.
pawn. What's going on?
I would be grabbing that pawn, but these guys are more sophisticated than me. They're like, no. Let me control the play. Yes. I'm with you, Judith. It is a pawn. Okay. Well, now it's still very much there.
It's still a pawn. It's still a pawn
exactly.
there.
Take it now. Come on.
And
indulge me. Makes an appearance. Okay, now you can take with the pawn. Yes.
Why not?
Still, you don't have to do anything about the tension on the queen side just yet, because everything is nicely protected by knight on e4. And well, I gotta say though, watch out on the clocks, because both players ticking to under 30 seconds. King f2, and knights are crafty pieces. And Dinara is the one who corrects the pawn structure. I'm not quite sure on that move, but the players, they don't have too much time, so they're just playing on instinct. As rook slides over, any tactical issues? Okay, knight goes to...
Yeah, this f5 and knight e7. What is this?
Well, maybe there were too many pawns given. And
rook g6.
Rook takes knight.
That's a knight.
And Dinara visibly steps back. She did not spot that knight was hanging, and now this is mission impossible, as the white knights, they're going to roam the board. King f7, and Yifan being very crafty, counterattacking, keeping everything defended. Rook takes knight.
Oh, which rook to take? This is the question for
And Yifan, she just bounces back. She gets another win.
But they cannot make a single draw, and it's already game 7. This is game 8. they did not hear that there is another result exist in chess.
But their positions have been very volatile, I gotta say. There's never been a quiet, calm game where anything has looked like it's heading to that draw. In fact, everything has been incredibly sharp. Like right now, we have this position again where Dinara was in full control. And this time we're seeing, instead of castles d6, e5, a completely different setup there from Yifan. b6, potentially with the idea of knight a5, bishop a6, and just pouncing on that pawn on c4.
Yeah, absolutely. The c4 is the main target in this position for black. That's the biggest question for white, how to handle that one, right?
Yep.
f4, look at that, how aggressive Dinara became after the last game, especially. But going back to the question, you said that, okay, we had very sharp positions in games, right? But on the high levels, usually that's the case. Even if it's very sharp, it can get eliminated and simplified as much that it becomes a draw. But not here.
Yeah. No. I mean, I think the thing is that the players spend a lot of time navigating these complications, so that when things are in danger of fizzling out, they don't have too much time. And that's, of course, time trouble makes fools of us all. And yeah, and then we've been seeing blunders. But here, look at this. This is a very sharp position, and black is dancing there on the edge, because we're going to be seeing takes. You can go d5. You can also castle kingside. And I don't know about you, but there's a bishop g5 that's got a pin. And it has, if I were playing white, I would be feeling very, very satisfied.
Yeah, I think that's clear that White has a fantastic position, but maybe knight e4 now, what she blundered. So after bishop e4, queen h4 is coming, grabbing back the piece.
Yes.
And of course knight e4 is on the board. But now c3 can be also vulnerable.
Yeah,
And then
but
d4.
yes. So I almost feel like that pawn on c3 is an irrelevance. Okay, it's happening right now. So big question is, you can go queen to g4, just forget that you're down a pawn and just kind of continue with attacks. There's also ideas. No. I think you have to go queen g4 and
I like
protect d4.
And also bishop h6 is a very strong threat after queen g4.
Yep. Yes. And now Dinara, yes. Okay, that wasn't the move. Queen e3.
Maybe f5 was the reply which had to be done. With the idea of bishop f5, queen d4.
Your bishop
Okay, so
e4. Wow, there were some weird lines, Judith, like queen g4,
Bishop e4?
bishop e4.
Oh.
Yes, and then depending on this whole tactic of taking on d4 with a check. So that wasn't found. It was quite deep. So instead we're seeing knight b3, bishop e3, and
Interesting. Why not bishop h6? No, bishop h6, queen d4, I'm sorry. Yeah, bishop e3. Interesting.
she takes.
No,
Gonna
she had
play,
to go.
like,
She had to go bishop h6, I think, after knight a1.
well. Everything is lined up so beautifully, Judith. On the king side, there's like bishop takes h7 in the airs. There's, I didn't like, once you've given up the exchange, this is the kind of position where you have to rely on momentum, and now it's not going to be so easy. I mean, even ideas of how to play f6. No, f6 you go.
I'm also wondering about that move. Whether is it possible, but isn't it losing on the spot? f6, queen e6,
Yeah.
king h8, knight g6, takes queen
Yes.
h3, king g8, bishop
Yeah.
g6. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. But best not to. This is the move. This is the move. You know, the queen is going to be used as a defender and cover everything. So rook takes f7. How do you like that one for T? Rook takes
That's
f7.
neat.
Okay.
That's a
What
neat
is the
one.
idea? Can we
Bishop
quickly just
h7.
show?
Bishop h7.
And you pick up the rook and another rook in return.
Check.
Yes. Well, that's
So
a very
they did
healthy
with check.
investment. But the players haven't found it. Rook takes f7. Okay.
No.
It was a difficult spot. So queen h3. Big idea. Queen takes h7. Checkmate. And of course, Yifan finds it. She blocks the bishop. Bishop e4. Perfect defense there. And Dinara, watch the clock, just 4 seconds. Can she maintain the momentum? It's a losing position, but can she make it complicated?
No way.
Gotta go back with a knight.
Knight g3. Simplifying, game over, lost on time. Very unfortunate story for Dinara this game.
Yes.
No
There's a lot of
draws.
lessons here. No draws whatsoever, but I gotta say, a lot of lessons for Dinara. She gets very promising positions with the white pieces, applies the pressure, and is just applying those finishing touches. And okay, maybe she will lose the match, but there's a lot to take away from this one.
It's a lot of entertainment, I must say, but I'm kind of sorry for Dinara that in critical moments she's collapsing.
Yeah. I think a lot of it, do you think it's experience? because Ho Yifan, one of the most experienced competitors in this format.
And you know, I mean, Hu Yifan is more experienced, but also a much better player. We should not forget about that.
That's true.
I mean, rating also counts, right? I mean, look at the ratings. It's like she's like 150 ratings more than her. So, yeah, it shows on the board.
Yeah.
It means that she has somehow better nerves. She's more resilient. She has more experience. Probably she has more options to play in opening also in some ways. Probably she understands better the positions just a little bit, and then, you know, all these things adds up.
Yeah. And you're quite right. You know, we mustn't forget that Ho Yifan, she's a 4-time women's world champion, youngest female to ever become a grandmaster. She got there at the age of 14. That's an incredible achievement. And women's world champion at the age of 16 as well. And here we're seeing Ho Yifan now in her element. Before attacking the knight, that knight can just move up the board into the middle, can go knight e2. I like going up into d5, because why go backwards when you can go forwards? And sure enough, exactly, yeah, knight d5. And you start to eliminate the defenders as well. If you see knight takes knight, there's bishop takes bishop, there's checkmating ideas along the h line. Yes, and white is the one having the fun.
Yeah, the question is whether can black have any counter chance on the c file with the rook or playing queen e5, but it seems to be that black is pretty much back in development in time.
Yeah.
And that's the problem what black has. All these things, knight h5, usually it's not possible. Took bishop takes g7, king g7, then g4, then the white queen shows up on h6, and it's a beautiful artwork now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's
so
nice
the basic
to see
thing is
the board.
when we can eliminate the black square bishop, so I want to clarify a little bit my artwork, and white can end up with her queen on h6. That seems to be like end of the world for black. e6, trying to eliminate the knight from d5, which is not so simple.
No. So you can, I would be tempted to trade once and then start king.
You mean take with the knight?
Yeah, I feel like I don't want to be losing momentum.
I want to take.
She does go for that.
And then okay, well, g6.
I also wanted to take on g6, and now you won't be surprised to hear that now I want to be taking on d6.
After whichever pawn takes?
Yes. Live by the sword, die by the sword. I like this motto in life. Okay, there you go. And one can almost get greedy and capture on a6. No, but okay, no.
That's
too much. That's too much.
B1.
The pawn on c2. Yes,
King
exactly.
b1. No, she takes the
this
b4.
one's better. c3.
Rook d2.
Rook d2.
c3. You're not scared.
Yes, but it's a rook. Okay, now there's a problem. Rook takes c2, and then but everything is covered, and now queen d6. Keep connection with the rook. Queen takes e6, threatened.
Yeah, that's the big problem. That weakness is a problem. Also queen d7 at some point. Maybe at this point.
Yes, because otherwise as well she has to go h5, because if the rook lifted on c8 there would be queen d8 check, and here I guess you can take a timeout, and that's exactly what she does, just to protect the king. You can also triple now on the d line, and it's very difficult for Dinara to generate counterplay, even boot out that queen from d7. Yep.
Okay. So maybe queen b7
Mm-hmm.
or queen a7.
I like this idea.
Queen b7. And okay, rook d8 is
now-
possible. Rook d8 is not possible yet.
No, not yet. But it's there in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you can start hunting down the a pawn. You can go queen b5, queen a6.
Possible. Absolutely possible. I would also think of rook d7. That was also cool.
Yeah.
But okay, now it's
Well,
possible.
Yeah, now there's no risk at all.
Takes. 7th rank. Pawns are weak. Completely cooked. What about queen c3?
Yeah. Oh. That's ruthless until the very end, and I love
Okay,
it.
e5
Queen
is
C3.
also not bad.
Okay, but I still like the poetry. Okay, so e5 played, f4 continues the chase.
Yeah, but actually white can blunder. So she just took. And going to be taking. Yeah. Not much chance left for Dinara.
No.
And she's gonna take on e6.
Yes, and the king is perfectly safe on a2. Okay, there's a little bit of hope on the h pawn, and the e pawn isn't running. Well, this one's quite cool. We see 4 queens on the board. We've had everything on this. We've had checkmates galore. We've had 4 queens. But at the end of the day, it is 3 wins in a row for Ho Yifan, and as it's shown there on our screen, she is leading by 5.72 advantage, and the match clock under a minute. So this is going to be the final game, a 3+1.
Absolutely. And of course, Dinara, we can see that she's kind of destroyed. I mean, 7-1. Of course, we're going to see from the next game it's 1+1, but it is not easy to play on when there is such a big advantage to your opponent's favor.
I mean, this is something that when it's just 15 minutes of bullet, I mean, is it even possible to make up a 5-point gap? I'm thinking physically it's impossible, because you can drag a game for such a long time. You can drag it out to 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and it's very much dependent on your opponent playing and blundering quickly, resigning as well quickly. So no, I mean, it's tough. But I think for Dinara, if she manages to win this one, you know, a 4-point deficit, you can start to claw away at that one.
I think so, yeah. I think from this point of view, this game is completely crucial, because if this game is going to favor Hu Yifan and she wins, then probably mathematically it's not even possible to get back for Dinara.
Yeah.
So this is a must-win situation for Dinara. She's doing well, I must say. I think it's much more dangerous to play it with the black side. I don't know if d5 will be the move.
Yeah, that is one possibility. For Dinara, I think she's going to go for this whole idea that she utilized before, d5 being played. Takes once, takes, and you take e5. And this is nice. You can't jump in with your knight into the center, so you have to sound this retreat. And White has a very straightforward plan, right? You can go f4, f5, just pawn roller it up the board, or you can even go knight f5.
Yeah, I was thinking of knight f5 more, and but castle first. But now maybe f4. What you say? F4. Of course, if you reach f5, but of course you will not reach f5, because after White plays f4, Black has to play f5 without thinking, without anything, closing the eyes and play f5.
Yep.
So that's why I think still knight f5 would be the right move. So to send the knight forward, and then after that f4.
Yep. makes a whole lot of sense. Also, the knight is going to be very difficult to dislodge from f5. You go g6. Okay, well, there's some holes that you can start to encounter. Okay, but rook b1. Okay, that's a defensive idea against knight to b3. It's okay. It doesn't do anything. But we're seeing f5 being played. And
now the question is if black will have the time to regroup the knight to e6. That would be fantastic, super for black if she can blockade that and she can bring knight to c4. Though now knight f4 is in there, and also after that e6.
Yeah.
But it's not so easy for white.
Not easy at all to crash through. And also the clocks, they are ticking down. And now it is Dinara that is behind. And you're right, there's no clear-cut plan just yet. Whereas black at least has got some constructive ideas how to wait. You're going to go knight to e6. Next, you're going to blockade the pawn. a4. Knight e6.
Well, now knight e6 is not possible because I think white's plan was to go bishop a3. Knight c4, that's where it belongs, right? But you know how black will be reacting. She's going to play a5, b5. I mean, what is the rook doing on b3, right?
Yeah, it's not where it wants to be. It should be, I don't know if it should be anywhere. It should be on a2, you know, getting ready to jump over to the king side. h3, but okay, now it doesn't really matter so much about the position. It's just about waiting in the right way. Rook b1 back again. Can you go bishop f4, knight b4?
Where is it heading to?
Maybe some ideas of going knight takes d5, but okay, that was all fantasy because a5 came along. And okay, so Dinara has ideas.
Knight a3, knight c2.
Oh no!
Rook.
And Dinara just not happy with herself. Rook a1, knight c2. Okay. The position is still relatively close, so you can just kind of go, not much time left. Let's hope that clock is going to be my friend.
You know, you see what technique Yifan has. She just played the best moves.
Yes. Knight jumps in. Yeah, this is nice stuff. Bishop takes pawn, knight takes c3. And everything working. How Yifan here as the match timer.
G6.
Take a look at that. That's 0. So this is going to be the final game. 3 + 1. Rook e6.
Okay.
Knight f4.
E6.
No,
yeah, knight f4.
Knight f4 e6.
Yeah, it's a strange, unexpected opportunity for white. She could just take queen takes a6. I mean, this is of course also fine for black, but okay. After all, it's they are playing on seconds.
Yes.
Rook c1.
I like
e4.
this. Knight e4. Rook b. No, you have to drop back. She grabs on a4.
White is just black is just taking the pawn, enjoying herself. What is this?
A draw. It took a while, but we have a draw by repetition. I think Yifan just wanted to go into the bullet with a comfortable, very comfortable 5-point lead. And that means at the end of this portion that we have a total score 7.5 to 2.5 points. Judith, I mean, whatever has happened on the board, they've kept us entertained.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, there were a lot of ups and downs in this match and a lot of opportunity missed. But finally, in game 10, there was a draw, though it was only a draw because Yifan decided that she's not one to pushing it because she considered that draw is enough for her securing her almost sure victory in this match, entering into the 1+1 portion. She could have played on and would win the game, I think.
Yes. Well, but as it stands, we have going into the bullet a very comfortable situation for Ho Yifan, 5 points lead over Dinara. But bullet chess means one thing. It means pure excitement, pure adrenaline, and a competition that has all of those in spades. It is the EWC. So get ready for the ultimate esports chess showdown live in Paris from August 11th to the 15th. The Esports World Cup is bringing the world's absolute best, including Magnus, Hikaru, and Ali Reza, together to fight for a massive $1.5 million prize pool. EWC Chess is going to be absolutely wild, and you can secure 15% off your tickets right now with the promo code CHESS15. So hit !EWC in the chat to watch every single match go down live in person before they sell out. And on that note, we are going to go into a break and we'll return 15 minutes of bullet chess. You don't want to miss it.
Definitely time, even though we have 1 second increment. I don't feel like it's that much, especially to someone who doesn't have so much online experience like me. On the other hand, it's the most exciting format to watch. When I myself watch the Speed Chess Championship, it's the one I'm looking forward the most to. It's hard to train something like that, maybe just by playing games. How I'm gonna approach it, I will probably prepare only for my first match, check out what Ho Yifan plays in her Rapid and Blitz games. I will definitely check how she played last year's Women's Speed Championship, which openings she chose, and maybe in which time format she was better. So, something like that, but nothing really concrete. I don't think I'm gonna do a very deep opening prep. I'll just choose what I feel like. Maybe we'll freestyle a bit in the middle of the tournament if something doesn't go my way. So just to try to do some general prep for this tournament, nothing too special. Women Blitz players who are really strong, especially in online format, are Jun, Alexandra Kostyanyuk, and Ho Yifan. So let's say I would put up Jun to 5+1 section, Alexandra to 3+1, and Ho Yifan to +1+1. Playing on the touchpad, definitely. That already happened to me many times. At some point, like when I play Title Tuesday, I don't have a mouse with me, so sometimes I play with touchpad. Actually, also before that, when it was allowed to play against Proctor, I would quite often play on my phone. I really like playing paddle. I would give myself a 700 ELO rating. I would tell her to train harder, because later in life you will have so many other things that would interest you and that you'll be busy about. So now that you're young and you don't have so many obligations and tasks, would be cool if you could train more and work more on chess.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't have such thoughts like defend it. For me, it's like every other player, just try to have like everything is very new. Like I'm like other players, just trying to win, trying to, qualify in the next stage. And I'll try to do my best. I just try to, try to be best and try to, challenge, try to improve myself. I think it is important to have always, have passion and the love and also dedicated in chess. I think I'll play the 5+0, then Ho will play 3+0, Yifan, and then Baby Sarah will play 1+0. I mean, this is because I played some of them in the speed chess, so I choose them from speed chess. Yeah. I played against her like maybe 2024, and then I think she's good at counterplay, and also she's very young, so she's good at tactics, and I think she can play good under very short time control.
And we've entered the bullet stage of the match. Things are going to be moving at lightning speed. Big question is, can Dinara Wagner, who is down by 5 points, can she make a comeback? It would be the comeback of legends. Judah, is it possible? Or is Yifan more or less through to the next stage?
Well, little miracle needs to be done by Dinara, and of course, without the cooperation from Yifan, it will not work, definitely. Yifan will have to lose some games, and not only lose them, but do it very fast, so she can lose as many as possible that Dinara is taking over. So there's a very slim chance, but you never know.
You never know. You never know what's around the corner as our players are getting ready. Yifan, she's been not just once, but twice. She's a two-time winner of the WSCC. So she knows this format like the back of her hand. The question is how good is Dinara at the bullet stage? Let's wait and see. We're going to find out in just a few as the games we have liftoff, and a Sicilian there from Dinara. It didn't work out well for her in the 5+1 portion. Let's see how she gets on right now, as it is a Sozin, I believe.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. Bishop d2 there. Of course, well, black is doing completely fine. It's good that black did play bishop b7, so taking control over the d5 square. So black is more careful this time. g4, very logical. White will be pushing the pawn g5, h4, h5. It's a race in these positions. a3, white was kind of afraid, worried about possible b4.
Yep. Well, the big question, though, is what to do about the king, as the bishop goes to e7, bishop a2, and the black king, if it goes to kingside, there's going to be all manner of attacks with g5 happening. And okay, you can take that knight on a4 because the knight on d4 covers everything. But king to b1, great move.
But you know, it was interesting that a3, I was mentioning that white wanted to stop b4, but actually her plan was, look at another typical tactical idea of this system.
Yeah.
And white is going to be exchanging the queens and then bring back the knight to f5.
Yeah, and she's going to be some healthy material up. The pawn on d6 is going to be hanging.
I would just take this.
Mm-hmm.
I would probably just take that.
She does it.
And it's on the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at
but
least
now the pawn on d6.
Well, the problem is there are too many pawns missing for black. It's 4 pawns and rook for the 2 pieces. Oh yeah, rook e6, okay. Game over.
Okay,
totally
well, we
over.
have some questions answered there as Yifan, she is looking to win and extend her lead. And the B pawn is also going to be falling, but Hou Yifan doesn't need to be precise. She can just throw in some checks. It is more or less over. And it's good for Hou Yifan that she drags on this particular game for as long as possible, because the result is never going to be in doubt. Rook b6. There you go.
Well.
And
Okay.
more of the same.
Repetition of opening. E4.
Bishop e2. Okay.
Well, white has a great center, right? I mean, how could someone dream of a better center, more stable? White has a clear advantage. G4. Space, space, space.
That is very much true, but black has a good plan, and that is to eventually break out with f5. And that is sometimes enough to give you a whole lot of motivation, as we see a4 and c6.
Well, actually, a4 is giving up a pawn. Well, no, sorry, it doesn't, because bishop c5 is not there. But white is completely stabilized herself.
Yep. And
so let's see what d6 pawn. Is it a real weakness? King f1? That's interesting, that white has time for everything? I would doubt that.
well, apparently not, because there's always ideas of knight b3, knight d4 in the air as well, and still it's going to make an appearance.
Only.
Knight, isn't it still on tap?
I don't know. This knight was not protected. Something. Also, f3 is in the air. I mean, right now, yeah, and it's just the piece on c4.
And now bishop to b3.
Just
pick up the exchange.
Over.
Yeah. And Hou Yifan showing that she's in complete control in the bullet portion. King very safe on g3. But of course, you're not going to be fighting against those tripled pieces lined up on the f line. Oh, crashing through. Queen f2 is going to be deadly. And Hou Yifan wins again.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, Hou Yifan is white. There is no way back for Dinara. But okay. Let's hope she can play some good games.
Yes. And there's always the incentive as well, because the prize distribution is also determined by how many points you have. So it's an incentive for Dinara to keep on fighting so that she can increase her earnings. And there we're seeing trade on f5. Knight centralizes itself, and black
is doing very
going to be solid. Yeah.
Absolutely.
This is a nice position for black.
Yeah, black has the bishop pair. After castle, the rook has a great active open file. The b2 bishop is basically biting into the e5 central pawn. I would go knight h4 or knight f4.
Yeah, I like that move. Also queen d7 played. Knight f4 is very, very tempting, and sure enough, it appears. Yes. And look at this. You can go d5. Apparently you can get away with it, because knight takes e5. You just dodge that, move the queen, attack the knight, and everything is under control. But okay, wasn't found. This is also good enough on a practical level.
Also h5, h4 could be tried.
Dinara making slow improvements.
Well, black has a very stable, very cool position. Yeah, I would also go back and then start maybe. What is it going to be, a repetition or what?
No. Ho Fan decides to play on with bishop to a3, and now she's gone for this whole maneuver. Bishop takes rook, and her argument is that she's picked up a whole lot of pawns. She's not concerned about king safety whatsoever. It's all under control. Queen takes pawn, another pawn falls. No, I mean, Dinara wasn't finding a clear-cut path, and Ho Fan taking the right decision to clarify into this. And Blue Arrow is saying that knight to d5 is the only chance to stay in the game.
Yes, because if now rook e8 is not possible, because therefore knight is not protected then. So queen c4, queen d6. There was some blunder.
Yeah, after queen d6 there was a bishop takes
g3.
knight. Yes, bishop takes knight and the rook would swing across, and it's still a dangerous idea. So always watch out for the safety of king. But the player's on seconds. A pawn is advancing.
4 seconds, 2 seconds, 3. For Dinara.
Yeah, we have a very interesting situation where we have 3 pieces against 2 rooks. It would be fascinating if white weren't so many pawns up.
Yeah.
And now they're b pawn. And Dinara loses on time. And so far it's the Ho Fan show as Ho Fan wins 3 games in a row. Bishop goes to b7, and Dinara's had good positions with this particular system. We'll see whether she can crash through.
Well, she had many good positions, but somehow with this little time, it's so easy to go wrong in this King's Indian type of positions that it's very hard to keep control.
Yeah.
So it's no matter how much you have a good position in the start or after move 15, there are so many ideas and tactics that it's very easy to go wrong.
Yeah. Oh, here we're seeing the knight.
Now white has an incredible position again.
Yeah, I mean, h5 kind of is asking to be played. King h7, and it almost feels like you can start the fireworks right now with a sacrifice on g5. I would be taking. With what? I haven't yet made up my mind. Probably with a bishop to get in a check, and then h6.
Interesting. Well, white is solidly wants to go knight g3 and knight f5, but the only question is after that, what's next? Right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't even take on g5, on f5. I mean, now knight f4, knight e4. But it's not so easy to get through with white.
It's a very close position.
Okay, now.
And it's also the kind of game that's going to last a long time.
Yeah. It's maneuvering.
I don't know, Judith. Like, part of me just wants to go into beast mode and capture on g5, but not now. Not now. Now as black is opening up the E line and now taking over.
Absolutely.
Rook comes. Bishop to g3. Knight. Okay, now it's all white, because the knight is going to post up to e4. Yes, knight takes f6. Knight takes bishop is a horrible threat, so you have to give it up. Ooh. Isn't there f6 ideas?
I don't know, something was wrong there.
Felt like there was an f6 that was a possibility, but yes, there was an f6. And
oops!
Oh, she's blundered the queen.
Oh, yeah. Okay, maybe it's going to be the last game.
Yes, with 2 minutes and 46 on our match clock. Yes, I suspect this is going to be our final game. And yeah, Yifan, it has been all dominating, or domination from her. 11.5 to 2.5. That's a massive score. I mean, we've seen some huge one-sided results in this round of 16.
Yeah, well, this one is in the very beginning, in the first few games, it was interesting and tight, but then Yifan was very convincingly pulled off.
Yeah.
Okay, central breakthrough can work, but knight f5 might be unpleasant.
And it's there.
Very unpleasant. Okay. Ro16. Okay.
Okay, knight b6 is a massive idea.
Yeah. Nice. With 45 seconds on the clock. Knight b6.
Knight b6. Queen check. Isn't queen b check? Queen b5 check, and then follow it up by knight to d7. Okay, knight takes e7.
I guess, yeah, but knight e7 is also not a bad move.
Also, still with the same idea there, Judith. Like if you go,
yeah, queen e7, queen b5. Not easy to make a move. Bishop a4 against queen b5 checks. This kind of move was not possible, but already white has material advantage. So maybe just go back.
Yeah. Keep it simple, and that's exactly what Yifan does. Now she can go bishop c5.
Well, okay,
keep the knight on e7 protected.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's why bishop c5 was better, not to allow castling.
Yeah, but it's 3 pieces for the rook, and 15 seconds remaining, and look at Yifan. She is in demolition mode as Dinara. She's trying, but knight takes b3, a4. You're going to move the queen. And Yifan wins.
They still
and we have another
game.
Yes, they snuck in another game. There was 1 second remaining. And there you go. We are in for our final game of the bullet portion, as we're seeing Yifan. She is relentless. 12.5 points. Fantastic performance here. And I do feel like our players, they're really putting on a show for us. It's like Yifan is saying, I am here. I want to be winning this event. Look how great I am playing. And she's in good company, I gotta say, as we're seeing f5 make an appearance.
Well, they are both very much interesting players, but it's very clear that Yifan is just a better player and a better blitz player, because she makes much less mistakes, simply. Yeah. And she notices the serious mistakes by the opponent, and then she hits.
Yeah. And she's also, I gotta say, controls her nerves as well. She's rarely looked flustered whenever she's lost.
Yeah.
And there's been 2 occasions that's happened. You know, she's immediately bounced back with very impressive games. So it's showing us that this is a format that she enjoys. She likes speed chess. She says that herself. And now the knight coming to the edge of the board, piling on the pressure on g3. You can take.
Okay, and takes, queen takes, of course. This h3 was vulnerable. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh. Yep. You had to give up the knight to avoid checkmate on g2. But now Yifan is in cruise control here. Doubling on the F line. The H pawns, they're going to be falling. Rook takes G3. Big threat. In comes the knight. Knight takes pawn. This is going to be now all over. There's no way to withstand such an attack. So much pressure on the knight on G3.
Everything is going to collapse. Knight G3.
Yeah.
Rook G3.
And the queen is going to fall. It's not even going to fall. It's going to end in checkmate. So many of these games finished in checkmate. And hats off to Yifan, who waltzes into the quarterfinals with a massive score and a tremendous performance against German number 1, Dinara Wagner. Let's take a look at the final score. They snuck in a final game at the end, so that Yifan could win 13.5, 2.5. Completely one-sided.
Well, absolutely. And basically we had only one single draw in this match. And that was basically for Yifan in a winning position, much better position to secure her victory, kind of. That was the message for me. And also in the bullet she made a full score, 6 out of 6, just a complete destroying it.
Yes, she was in destroyer mode while she has definitely marched in to the quarter final match and is locked in. She will now be facing Anna Muzichuk in the quarterfinals, and that means there is just one game remaining in the round of 16, and that is between Polina Shuvalova against Anastasia Avramidou. And that one is gonna be very exciting. We have Polina, she has broken records on Chess.com, and Anastasia Avramidou, she is a consistent competitor. On Title Tuesday, she earned her spot via that, and also she's known as a bit of a bullet demon, I gotta say. So that's gonna be tremendously fascinating. We'll see who is the one who comes to the match better prepared and who is the one who is displaying all of the flair. But before that, I just gotta tell you all about a special bargain that is out there for you all to enjoy, because everybody loves free stuff. Free pawns, free pieces, and especially free subscriptions. Hitting that subscribe button is the best way to clean up the stream with completely ad-free viewing. Get ad-free play over on Chess.com and unlock a bunch of premium emotes to spam in the chat. And hey, if you happen to have Amazon Prime, it doesn't cost a single penny to link your account and subscribe for free. So type !subscribe in chat right now to claim those perks and support the stream. And you want to be sticking around, because after this break, we're going to be back with that absolutely fascinating, riveting match between Polina Shuvalova and Anastasia Avramidou. So we'll see you in a bit. And in the meantime, go get yourselves a cup of coffee and stock up, because
Let me get it. No. Why?
You have way more pieces than me.
You're already
This is my
massive.
first
You're already
one.
massive. Play me for it. You serious?
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I would like to welcome you to my course, Judith Polgar Teaches Chess, Volume 1, How I Beat Fischer's Record. This position happened between myself and Vishy Anand. Vishy Anand has a pawn up because I sacrificed the pawn for my initiative, and this is basically what's going on the whole course. That you will see many of the games where I take the initiative. If it's necessary, I even sacrifice a pawn, which happened in this game as well. Why did I sacrifice a pawn? Because I could make sure that black is not able to castle and the king is standing on f8 and the two rooks are not connected, which makes it a little difficult for black to get out of that box. So Vishy played g6. And now the question is that where is my bishop going to be moving away because it is attacked, right? But not so fast, please. Because whenever you're going to get a check or they capture your piece or they attack your piece, please stop for a moment and think about it. Maybe the most obvious move is not the best move. And what I love in chess is the intermediate move. What is an intermediate move? What I have played bishop h6 because I don't want to allow the black king to move to g7 and connect his rooks on the 8th rank. It was very important. King g8. And now again, still my bishop is under attack. So it is about time to move away the bishop, right? Not so fast, please, because maybe there is a better move still, an intermediate move before I move away the bishop. But this is not only a chess game, I must say, what I want to share with you, because I think learning how to make and discover the intermediate move, it makes you also to do everything better in your everyday life. Why? Because whatever you're doing, if you can be in the present moment, if you can discover the new opportunities in every moment, it means that you can be concentrated, you get into a flow mode, and then you're going to be much more efficient. So, in this position, I went Queen g4 before moving away my bishop, because here suddenly I realized that it can be an important move later to cut away the other rook on a8 by playing bishop c8. But not only that, I also wanted something very concrete, very tactical to play rook e6. And this game, I can tell you that I also won. But it was very important for me to stay in the present moment all the time and always looking how Vishy would like to get out of this net that he can connect the rooks and be more active. My active play is something that I'm going to be showing you during the whole time. I show you how I understand the pieces, where it should belong, and when do you have to simplify them, how you have to deal with your different pieces, how do you improve your piece play. The intermediate move, of course, is one of my favorite. You will find endless number of opportunities to practice, because I would also like you to calculate and improve in many different areas in chess, and also to learn how to surprise your opponent. And of course, you will increase a lot with your self-confidence. Thanks for being here, and see you in the full course.
Hey guys, if I make this in one go, we're gonna launch a no ads plan. Does an own goal count? Hey guys, new plan. If I make this shot, we're gonna launch a no ads plan. Hey guys, last try. If I make this bullseye, we're launching the no ads plan. No more questions. I did it! I made the bullseye! Do it! Launch the no ads plan!
Love chess but don't like ads? Sign up for Chess.com's no ads plan and play chess ad-free.
I remember playing a European Championship under 10 and I was 8 years old. It was round number 5 or 6, somewhere in the middle of the tournament. This game was played after a rest day. And on the rest day, there was a very special occasion. Judith Polgar came to give a simul to the players who were leading. At that time, I was on the second place. I was not leading, so I was a bit sad that I didn't have a chance to play against her. But the opponent that I played the next game was leading, and so she was playing, and I went to see the simul. And I saw the game that Judith played against my future opponent for the next day. And I was playing with white pieces, and Judith in the simul, she was also playing with the white pieces, and she used this opening. She played e4, c5, knight f3, d6, d4, she takes d4, and here, to my surprise, she took with the queen. That was kind of shocking to me, because at that age and at that time we are taught that it's not good to develop your queen on the early stage of the game, and here it's just move 4 and the queen is moving, and pieces can attack the queen. Yeah, like for example knight c6, that was actually played in the game. But if Judith played it, it caught my attention. I started to follow this game closely because, yeah, it's an interesting game. Judith is playing, and some surprising already on move 4 and everything of that kind. And tomorrow I have to play against that opponent, so I was like watching how the game proceeded, and it went with bishop b5, so we don't go twice with the queen. We have another idea. We are giving the bishop, which is also considered not so good on the early stage of the game in the open position. But here white has an idea of a quick development. So bishop takes c6, happened in that game, knight c3. And then the game followed by the plan like bishop g5, long castle, rook e1, like queen d3, knight d4, f4, and attack. I was an active player and I really liked the setup, and Judith won that game, so I thought, oh, maybe tomorrow I use this idea against exactly the same girl. And that happened, and I played exactly the same line, and I won a very important game, and later on I also won the tournament.
Your game is evolving, now your style should too. Welcome to the Chess.com merch store, your home for everything off the board. We have studied the theory of comfort so you don't have to. The Essentials collection is the ultimate low-profile kit. Premium tees, hoodies, and hats with zero distractions. It's the baseline for your wardrobe that lets your moves do the talking. From the classic rook to the legendary mittens, our plushies now come in every color to match your setup. Mostly because they'll never judge your accuracy. And for those who still love the tactile feel of a win, explore our official chess sets. Durable, tournament-ready, and designed to handle every celebratory slam or graceful resignation. Whether you're a beginner or a seasoned pro, we've got the perfect setup for you. So head over to Chess.com.shop to explore these and many more. Grab your favorites before they're gone.
WS Championship. Earlier on, we saw Yifan in domineering form against her opponent there, 13.5 points. And now it's time for our second matchup, Polina Shuvalova against Anastasia Avramidou. And well, there we can see our players looking like menaces there on the screens, but they are certainly very experienced online speed specialists. Polina Shuvalova, she broke 3,000 on Chess.com. Not often one sees that, and definitely she made the records. For Anastasia Avramidou, she did compete at the WSCC last year. She did lose in the first round to Women's World Champion Zhu Wenjun. This time, we'll see what she has learned from that experience. And Judith, if anything is to go by from the first match, we can expect checkmates, we can expect attacks, blunders, brilliancies, the whole shebang.
Yes, the first match was basically a clear knockout by Yifan. I'm pretty sure, and I'm expecting something much tighter on this match, even though Shuvalova is definitely the favorite. In Blitz, if well, of course, if both players are playing very well Blitz, then anything can happen. But let's see what Avramidou is able to show us.
Yes, then that is the big question, because it is a ruthless format. It is a single elimination, which means you lose and you are leaving the competition for good. You will not be allowed back in. And going into our brackets, we have just one quarterfinal to be decided. So let's zoom in. The winner of this match will be facing off against Katarina Lagno. So much on the line for our competitors.
Yeah. And of course, the moments before the start of the match, it's always the final moments that, okay, now it's going to start. And I always say that game 1, game 2, they are very much giving the spirit of the match, or it can be the case. So we'll see what will be the kickoff game in this match as well. But as we see, both players are quite nervous, I must say.
Yeah, they have their nervous energy, I would say. They're both trying to get into the rhythm, the routine. No one knows exactly what is going to be in front of them as they get themselves ready. But Polina Shuvalova, she is the favorite on rating. She has broken records on Chess.com. She's also a former tripled world junior champion. She was also winner of I'm Not a GM competition back in 2023 and finalist at the WSCC back in 2024. Last year, she made it all the way through to the semifinals, although was knocked out by Zhu Wenjun, the eventual WSCC winner. So Polina has a lot of experience in this format.
Yeah, it's interesting when you talk about who has what kind of experiences. I'm not following that closely, but it's interesting that in the basically less than the last decade, there are so many players who are playing well this format of chess, and we have to highlight that online blitz games, it's a very different kind of game of chess than over the board. Even the same time control would be. Because as we've seen in the previous match, we've seen that it's so clear that who is more resilient, it's also a big part of the game generally. But in this online form, it's like you really have a second to get over on what just has happened, what kind of mistake or blunder you've just happened to experience, whichever side it is. So you have to really be the person that be in the moment and focus only on the moment. That's the key thing. And this is something very different from over the board atmosphere. It has a very different psychology as far as I understand. While I'm commentating, I'm following, I feel that there is a very different kind of psychology of online blitz games.
I completely feel you as well. One thing that I have noticed just from my own personal experience of playing online is that somehow over the board, you're more reactive to your opponent's chances, to their opportunities, and to things coming your way. Whereas online, it's so easy to get caught up in your pre-move and where you are naturally inclined to go. But we have liftoff. Our second match has officially begun, and we have a Lopez in front of our screens as we're seeing the bishop get kicked back, and now the bishop comes out to c5.
Yeah, bishop c5, line knight g7. Different strategy for black than in the previous match. In those Rai Lopez lines, of course, d4. But it's a strange setup for black, to be honest. Seems that black is giving away all space advantage for white.
Yes, it is. And we're expecting d6 just to hold on to the center that little bit more. But no, she decides to take. And now the decision is for Polina. What is she going to do? Capture with a pawn? Then she has to meet ideas such as black challenging the center with d5. And here it reminds me of, I want to be saying the Steinitz, where you take on c6, you get the bishop pair, but you do have a ruined pawn structure. But both players seem to be well within their theory, as we're expecting black to try to orchestrate a c5 pawn break. Otherwise that pawn is just going to be weak.
Well, it's a very dangerous situation for black, because if black is not playing very actively, very fast, and if white has the time to play rook c1, possibly b4, this pawn on c6 would be vulnerable for the rest of the game. And not only that, but black should also be careful on the bishop. Where is it going to be playing? If it's only going to be biting into the d4 until end of the game, that means that black is in big problems. But queen c2 is a multifunctional move because it's defending the b2. It stops bishop moving to f5, and last but not least, the c6 pawn is attacked as well. I like these kind of moves. Knight b3 also logical. It is very much against the prophylactical move, playing against c5. And f6, yeah, breaking up the position, it makes a lot of sense. Possibly the rook can go to the open file, and this b3 knight, is it really good? Is it standing really well there, or is it white is going to play knight c5? It's not really clear, because the rook on b8 actually stands pretty well on the b5.
Yeah, that is very true. I mean, I would argue that the knight on b3 keeps at bay the rook and the bishop, and the knight's worth 3. The rook and bishop combined 8. So quick maths, knight is doing okay. But I agree, the action definitely will be happening in the center or the right side of the board. And for those of you just joining us, we are going to have 45 minutes of 5+1, and then it's going to be followed by the half an hour of 3+1 as we see the action shift to the c line, and the knight side steps. Now you go back, I go forward, knight e5.
Big mistake by black, I believe, allowing white knight to go to e5. It suddenly, the game shifts completely. Black became very passive with her bishop on e8, knight on e7, and we were discussing already the probably badly placed or badly ending up the a7 bishop. Black tries to go knight f5 at some point to eliminate the black square bishop and put pressure on the d4 square. But still, I think the main idea for black at some point to play c5, but it seems very dangerous for black, positionally, not even tactically, of course.
Yeah, no, positionally it seems very dangerous. Also, I can see ideas such as knight a5, and this is why we see Anastasia put that bishop out to b6 just to fight against this knight jump. But she's definitely in reactive mode for the time being as the knight jumps into c5. Big threat, the family fork of knight to d7, and that's why Anastasia had to give up the bishop. And
these are the positions where you say against Karpov that maybe you have equal material, but practically you lost the game. Kind of. Because positionally it's so dangerous that though I'm not sure I would wanted to take on g6, but there are so many weaknesses for black. I mean, especially the pawns on c6 and c5, and of course a6 is not helping much. On the king side, white has the majority of pawns. At some point, f3, very nice move, I believe. Bishop f2, bishop g3 as an alternative to manage the attack, or even just to control the e5 square. Rook e1.
Yes. I must admit, I loved your plan. Plant the bishop on e5 and then start building up the position from there. But rook e1, you know, Polina is going for full control. And here I'm expecting the rook to step back. No need to offer up any trades.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, well, bishop f2 arrived, because that's clear, a beautiful plan for white. But now rook b4, putting pressure on the against the d4 pawn. So for the moment, white is not able to make the transformation of the bishop.
Not yet, but I'm sure you can take some time. Yeah, but this is also a really nice idea. Rook c5, start targeting the a pawn. So I'm expecting black. You can't go a4, unfortunately, because the rook is hanging. So
but you
have
rook
to go rook a8. But then you can. How is this kind of working? Because there are some tactics like rook takes a5 in the air, and you're gonna.
My plan was to take back, and then after queen b4 to take on a2, and if white goes check on b8, I go out, and I was kind of ready to give you that.
Okay, well, actually, the players are going into this queen to b8. Was the justification netting a pawn? But I agree with you, black is going to be super happy because suddenly they're way more active than they were before.
Well, the question is how much counterplay does she have? Because, well, the queen is far away on c7. At the same time, black is really active with her rook on the second. Sometimes maybe rook f2 might be the move. I don't know whether already now it's possible to try it. Probably not, because takes and white king is escaping to g3, and it's safe there.
Okay, well, we see white has got a tremendous opportunity, rook to e8, and that is going to allow white to just line up on the 8th rank. So I'm thinking rook e8, back that up with queen c8, and suddenly the black king is under checkmating.
Oh my god! Simplify the game with queen e5, and black is not even taking it.
No. Well, I guess there was the whole issue of transferring the d pawn to a passed pawn, and that was something that black did not want. This looks, though, very nice, you know, keeping full control. And now it's a different trade. Now is one that I think black is perhaps happier to make. Queen takes queen.
But I'm not sure she will be so happy to do that, you know, because after all, if bishop will really be able to go to e5 before that white goes to e7 with the rook, it can be very dangerous for black. Maybe black will be standing, like playing just bishop f5, or playing maybe rook b2. She plays rook e2.
Rook e2.
Oops, I'm sorry. Rook e2.
Rook e2, and though the same issues though are still there. You can take and then go rook a1, and then back that up with rook a7, and then kind of snake your way with your bishop back to e5.
So I think black would be needing to go rook d2 to attack the d4, so the bishop would be not allowed to go there. This is a very dangerous way of playing. I think once the bishop goes to g3 and reaches e5, that's a destination where black will not be able to handle, not to lose any more material pawns.
Yeah, and she's gone for. Yeah, this one is again, Anastasia finding all of the good defensive moves. You know, she's kept g6 well protected. The pawn on b3 is the vulnerability. Maybe now it's time to start with, I'm thinking going g4, f4, h5 and trying to get a checkmate in the middle of the board. Hang on, isn't there bishop to f1?
Yeah, c6 was hanging though. Mm-hmm. But what has happened? Yeah. White pulled her king and lost the pawn.
But now you can go bishop f1. Okay, but okay, that's not been played. Bishop protects everything.
I mean, black is kicking, to say the least. Oops! Mm-hmm. Look at that! Look at that!
Yeah. And suddenly, could it be that black is the one playing for a win here, as c4 is gonna make that pawn a really strong piece? Wow. Okay. This is not got a nice idea. If you go c4, there's still that whole concept of giving a checkmate on f5. So I'm thinking f4, h5.
f4, h5. F5. Yeah, but black is going h5.
Okay, yes. The player's now on seconds though.
Well, I would be very upset with white, that's for sure.
See, f2.
I just can't believe the bar, you know? I mean, this is just so much cheating. They're cheating our brain. I mean, you see this position and 5 moves before and the bar is not dropping? Come on. I mean, we have a c2 pawn.
Well, now hang on a second. Look at this.
Bishop c4.
There's going to be issues.
Bishop c4 and just cut the rook. She forgot about that.
Yeah, but she just had 3 seconds left. Mistakes like that happens.
Yeah, I can fully understand that.
Well, she still had the same ideas.
Rook f1.
Yep.
No, I mean, the bar is completely misleading our viewers because in practical chess, that's not how it works.
Well, hang on a second. Now I think it's telling us the truth, as we are seeing now it's the ED pawn that is going to be passing up the board. Throw in a check.
c1. d3. Oh. What?
There's no time for Polina. And you can give up a queen. Yes, make the queen. And that's it. Anastasia wins.
Oops.
Wow. And Anastasia, she is so good at bullets. And she held on. Her position was really tricky. There was also a big time difference, but she just kept on finding some great resources.
But basically, after c5, psychologically, it was horror for playing it for white, even if it's possible to hold it. It just suddenly, when it was one way, it was a pawn up, it was everything, typical position. I can never lose this, it's only I'm pressing, right? And then you give up a pawn and suddenly black has a pass pawn, which she could not even dream of. There was no sign for that it's a possible scenario. But okay. Let's see how Polina is handling this.
Exactly. Is this a blip? Or is this going to be setting the tone for the match as the queen slides over to take control over the D line? So Anastasia here can just challenge that. And that's what she's done.
Well, h3, superb move in such a position. I wouldn't be surprised if she would be also going g4.
Yeah, there you go. Prediction complete.
I didn't say it's good. I said I wouldn't be surprised if it would be standing on the board.
Well, we will see whether it's good. It's definitely an ambiguous move. I can see it becoming good further down the line as well, as we see the knight now jump in. And okay, this is really interesting because we have ideas such as queen c1, and I'm looking at
I would
h6
go away with
as
the
being
knight. Bishop
Yeah.
g5? No, this I was not thinking of.
Queen c1. This is going to force f6.
No, because I go to
No,
d8.
it doesn't.
And you
D8.
cannot take on g5 yet. No, just in 2 moves, white misplayed it. To give up this black square bishop, it was a huge mistake.
Yeah. Okay. But we have
Look
seen
at-
one thing, that
Look at this
Anastasia
weakness.
is very resilient. The knight's going to come into d3, I agree, but bishop to f1 covers everything. And so far the knights on d2 and the bishop on f1, they are doing a great job at holding things together as
Well,
the
it's
bishop
holding
starts
some
improving.
important squares, yeah, but this is a huge weakness for white. Huge weakness.
Yep.
And of course,
Completely.
eventually, black is going to be regrouping her knight to f4, I believe.
Also, the knight on g3 is completely out of play. I think as white, I would be looking at going bishop e2, knight f1.
Yeah, but black is
I'm
going
not-
knight
no.
g6, knight f4, right?
I know. Well, I think the only chance I have is to meet knight g6 with knight h5, which is not pretty. No, it's not pretty at all. No, it's not nice.
Knight e2.
Okay, doesn't this allow knight to d3?
Yeah, knight d3, of course, it's possible.
b5.
But on the other hand, it's also maybe b5 is better, just to try to push the pawns. I mean, white is quite passive right now. The d2 knight is holding on e4 and covering the f3, but it's very passive. So probably black should be bringing the king.
Yeah. f3. Yeah, you mean you can't step up with the king because of knight to d3. And I like the way that Polina is handling this. She's just slowly improving her position. She keeps giving white those decisions to make as the knight just goes over to c1 in order to keep the d3 square covered. Now you can think about bringing in your king. And now perhaps it's not easy at all to play white because there are so many weaknesses on the dark squares. If you go knight to d3, you can take that and then the bishop will post itself up on f4. I mean, but the big pressure, I guess, on Polina is how is she going to crash through? As we're seeing, blue arrow, knight takes knight.
I don't like knight g6. Because you will anyway will have to make knight f4, so you're going to be exchanging the pieces, I think. Knight on d3 stands extremely well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's even possible that white is going to play c4.
I was gonna advocate for something like that. Why not just try to lock the game down and say, hey, if I'm going to be terrible on the black squares, then at least not have any targets on that color complex.
Exactly.
The king just flies over.
It's the position is too closed. Where and how black is going to be entering.
And
so let's
Anastasia just shuffling the king. Maybe go a5. Try to get in that way.
Okay, and after that?
a4.
After a4 I will take a knight c4, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so this is what was expected, right? That she was moving away and then now she's exchanging. Which of course I'm not saying that she has to be fast on anything or hurry with things. Interesting that she's not grabbing that one.
Well, it's a cool assessment, right? You're just simply saying, I don't believe you can make any progress whatsoever. And it is white, it is black that trades off the knights. And
well, there is a huge weakness for white. So if the black king can come to f4, Well, there is there are not many routes and roads to get to that square. So, well, now c4 seems to be very strong, creating a pass pawn.
Yeah,
that's
very nice. In fact, doesn't it win almost wins a pawn? But okay, it doesn't. But a pass pawn is enough actually to really put the nail in the coffin for black.
And
for white,
time-wise, Polina is incredible because she still has more than 3 minutes. She plays very fast.
Yes. But this is something where you can't underestimate Anastasia, and there you see blunder. This allows white to break through. And I noticed in Anastasia's the last game that she played, she had 30 seconds on the clock and she was defending like a beast, you know, playing quickly, playing good moves. Nothing was phasing her.
Yeah, true. True.
But the engine is such a harsh customer because I didn't really see like why this position should be so equal. And sure enough, you pointed out the black king is going to come marching. It can come in one more step right now, but that requires some calculation, or the bishop can step back and defend e6. Either way, the king is coming
rush. Exactly. Black is defending, then black is going to be coming over all the way to g3 and then capture that pawn and the bishop pair and the passed pawn. I mean, there are so many things for favor black, but that... Okay, e5, nice trick.
Yes.
Nice trick, knight e4, but black is just taking.
And now you can throw in knight.
To take it.
Okay. And what about c5? And yes. There aren't too many pawns as well, so...
f5.
Yeah. f5 is definitely something that we could be seeing. I mean, I reckon c5 is going to be tried. And then you take once and pop your knight into d6. 18 seconds for Anastasia. She throws a check.
As I always say in such a situation, that's not the biggest problem.
No, it's the pin. It's the pin. It's the falling f3 pawn. And also the fact that you're going to see the advance of those kingside pawns, 5 seconds, and the bishop is coming forward. Okay, she takes.
Let me just take the pawn. This one, that one, whichever. a2.
a2. a2, and that is it. Polina strikes back. Oh, now it is 1 point apiece. We'll see what game 3 brings us, as we have once again e4, e5 there from Polina. Now bishop to c4, an Italian.
She made a switch. Okay, that makes sense. Different people have different strategies in these matches.
Yep.
Let's see if it will work.
c3's been played. c3, h3, c3, main move. Still very versatile position. You can go h3, you can go for d4, you can go for b4, queenside expansion, as we see black also keeping things flexible. Many moves have been tried. Even bishop to b3 is an idea, just tucking that bishop away, but h3 is the main move.
Yeah, absolutely, trying to stop black from going and pin the knight on g4, rook e1. Knight d2, h6. Let's see where Polina is heading to.
Yeah, main move is to go bishop to b3, but a4 has also been played, and then this is the plan that I was talking about. Queenside expansion, b4. Okay, it will be appearing in one form or another as the bishops get traded off. Bishop e3 is maybe an idea. but b4 on the board.
Yeah, b4 is very typical, right? Also sometimes queen on b3 standing, knight g3 protecting the e4, so white is getting ready to play d4. The question is whether black is going to be playing d5 first or white is going to be playing d4. Who starts or would like to open up the center?
Yes. And still, we have a few games in the database, and most of those players have gone d5, just like Anastasia has done. And the response has been pretty level between queen c2 and queen b3.
Yeah. White does not want to exchange the queen, definitely. After d takes, white wants to take with the pawn, and that's why white wants to go out from the exchange possibility.
And these positions are really tense, for want of a better word, because we're seeing first up there's a capture on d5, and then I'm looking at c4, and as you were highlighting, and then maybe even ideas such as d5, and there's going to be problems against e5. Not d5, I meant to say c5. Look out, this bishop from a7.
Yeah, that's a possibility, absolutely. That's something black has to be ready for, that after c5 this bishop can be stuck. So definitely it is something that black has to look after. Bishop b2.
And already blue arrow appears. Okay, knight c6. How natural is that move? Because you have a choice, knight g6 or knight c6, because you have to cover e5.
But I think that's not only the only point to cover the e5, but the other one is that from c6 the black is attacking the b4, and probably white is not able to play push c5 because the intermediate move knight b4 works also. So the thing is that after knight c6 things are getting very concrete. That's the problem. But knight g6 is played.
Yeah.
Now the f5 square is given for white. At the same time, I would be still more happy, I think, if we would block this bishop on a7. b5?
Yeah, I
this is a shock.
Was pounding. Yes, I was pounding the table. c5 made a whole lot of sense. Look out that bishop. Also, it's a tempo move. The queen would have had to defend. But b5, okay, it's not a blunder by any means, but probably not the best because
it's a positional blunder. It's a completely positional blunder, basically.
Well, now the bishop on a7 is unchallenged.
Yeah, but after b5, you simply give up such an important square of c5 that this made, after b5, this bishop is just became much stronger than it was. Because there is not even a possibility, even later stage, to play c5 and block it, right? So this can make sure that at one time, at one point in the game, bishop c5,
yeah.
It became a very serious piece.
Actions have consequences, and we're seeing it as the bishop does pop up to c5. And yeah, you're right, bishop to b4 in the air. Also, knight jumps to e4 themselves. So knight takes knight, for me, is a bit of a must. You want to be preserving that bishop on c5.
Yes, that's true. But look at that. I mean, if c5 blocking the bishop, white is almost winning, and now this black has this incredible bishop on c5.
Yeah.
I mean,
and almost the makings of knight f4.
Yeah, but now rook f6 kind of things can be unpleasant. Is it possible that black plays rook f6 and then brings up the rook, other rook, trying to put pressure on the white's position on the f5?
Yes, that is one approach. You could also, I mean, the only thing that worries me a little bit is that this, okay, she's going for it, rook to d3. That is going to be the cover. And
yeah. Of course, it's not so easy to play it with black also, because white is having a position which is hard to crack. King h2.
yeah, that was interesting, as we see the queen go back to b6. So once again, we see Anastasia lower on the clock, but do not be fooled. She is good when she is playing on seconds. But I'm feeling that Anastasia doesn't quite know what to do. She can't quite make up her mind as to whether she should be fighting on the F line, maybe trying to challenge on the D line, and there's also moves such as C6 as well, H4.
Yes, at some point, I think after King h7, I would consider h4. Because black h5 is not so easily possible. But now...
We're fighting against that plan because that allows queen to g4, but okay.
Isn't some tactics here? Takes a knight h4. Bye-bye. Why is it not bye-bye? After rook f3, rook c5, but also very suspicious, knight h4 kind of thing.
But yeah, let's well, actually, we're seeing it on our screens. Rook f3. Okay, so you can't go king takes rook because then knight will come to h4.
Knight h4.
Yes, and it's going to be checkmate on h3. Beautiful, beautiful tactic there from Anastasia. And so you have to go rook takes bishop, and then still no knight h4. Oh, can you go knight h4? No, because...
Well, that's the question. I mean, after knight h4, you can go king h2.
Yes. Okay, maybe you did need to go knight h4. I think that was probably at least good enough for a draw. But we have the evaluation bar to assist us. And Anastasia, 24 seconds left on the clock. She goes for this particular route. And her plan is that after rook takes c7... No, but there's going to be a sacrifice. Knight h4.
Knight h4 takes rook g6.
King h2. Queen.
Queen f6.
Then queen f3 would be... Yes.
Yeah.
And now... Okay, still there. It's
well,
still a possibility.
Much worse setup for white.
But Anastasia's only got 2 seconds. So as she goes for it, she finds it.
With 3 seconds on her clock. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, queen f6, queen f3, queen f4. Those are the ideas.
And the rook is on d8, so eventually that can also show up on the back rank.
She has to cover. Polina has to cover f4. What is the move to save the game? I mean, it's not easy.
Is there a move? 4 seconds for Anastasia.
Well, if you go queen c1, you go. That's going to be met by queen f3.
Queen f3 and
that's
queen
going
f1,
to be
rook d1. Rook d1 is the problem.
So, what to do? Is there some desperado, something? No. 17 seconds, and she plays rook e3, and now the queen comes to give a check.
Rook d1 was win, I think. No? Rook d1
Rook d3. Rook d3, Judith, would have been the killer move, but okay, that was absolutely brilliant and very difficult spot with no time, and Anastasia loses on time, and Polina wins. Woo!
Crazy game. Absolutely crazy game. Very hard to recover from this one for in 1 second that they just started. Ah, so they went to this very solid game. Okay, let's go and calm down. This is the message of this one.
Yeah.
Let's calm down. The queen will not give checkmate to me. This is clear.
At least there is that to say for this system. Although I gotta say, there is a lot of venom in this particular system for white. White is just relying on a better endgame. So you've got ideas of going knight d2, knight e5, and grabbing the space like that. So if you go g6, knight to e5, and somehow it's a little bit more comfortable for white to play. So that's basically white's ambitions there. And it's a bit of an offbeat system that maybe Anastasia is not that familiar with, as we see knight d2, bishop to g4, stopping that knight jump in to e5. Bishop to e2 is the response. Knight d7. And knight, and somehow it's like this pawn on e4 is just gonna be giving white that little bit of extra space. f3, and the knight on f6 doesn't have any good squares to jump to. Knight to d3, as Jude is indicating, and it's not much, but somehow it makes black's position difficult to play. Would you believe?
Well, first of all, I would go h5, I think, just to get some little activity, and that's what she did. Yeah, you don't want to allow this g4 kind of things. Space is important. Knight c4, very well placed knight. Knight b6, knight, I don't know if knight a5 is possible or not.
Knight a5. Knight a5, you castle queenside.
We have it on the board.
Mm-hmm.
I believe. One castle. Now knight d3. We have to stop bishop b4.
Mm-hmm. And also knight e5 is an idea that you have to fight against.
Yeah. At the same time, I like h4 with black, making space for herself. With rook h5, it can be also trying to kick away the knight.
Yeah. Nice response there, actually. Rook h5, very creative. So what next for white?
A3.
She goes a3. She wants to get b4 in.
Yeah, b4, c4 can be something quite sensible.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, with 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining of the match on 5+1. No, because suddenly white's position has a lot more flexibility with the pawns. You can start to advance them. But I was just going to say that this could be the last 5+1 game in the match.
True.
And
it can easily be the case. Because this h3 pawn, that's why I don't like it, because this can easily fall off. I mean, this is a clear weakness for black right now.
Yes.
It's a most vulnerable point in the future for black.
Yeah, because, you know, yeah, I like what you're saying, because in the battle for the center for domination, that rook on h8 is going to have to keep its eyes defending h3 at all times. And it's just like you're indicating, knight to f4, you're targeting that pawn, targeting
I'm
g6.
targeting
so
everything.
Yes.
I'm targeting everything. What is this?
It's
Gave
jackpot.
up a pawn?
Yes,
Jackpot?
but you know, it doesn't matter. The g pawn is falling, and also the black king. It's super vulnerable.
Bishop g5 was nice and unpleasant.
Yeah, I guess if bishop to g5 was the issue, then you should just pop that bishop back to f6. But okay, we're
I also
rook e8.
like the idea for black to go knight d5.
I like that too as well. Get out of any potential pins as see the doubling on the D line. You can block it.
Chop, chop. It's not possible. Or maybe not yet. I thought the rook b3, but the e3 is hanging. Sorry. Knight c4 and knight d6. That's a problem for black.
Yeah.
Oops. That would have been, isn't it winning material? Okay.
Well, where is the win of the material? I see the evaluation bar start saying.
Instead of bishop a7 to go knight c4, and then knight d6, knight d6, and the b2 is also hanging.
Yeah. You can't cover. But what about this one? Because we're seeing
rook g7, knight h4.
And what do we? F4.
What about knight f5? Now it's a question whether should white go g4 or there is no reason. She went knight 8, knight f5. And again knight c4 is possible. Now.
No, isn't it still possible? Knight c4.
Yeah, knight c4 is possible, but black is going bishop e5, c4.
So, how to fight that? Knight c3. I mean, you don't really want to be going on the defensive with moves such as knight f6. So knight c3 chosen, and it does allow.
Well, now I must say that this pawn on h3 is not necessarily a weakness. I mean, in the long run it could be, but it could be also something that it queens or give mates, you know. So now the h3 pawn is, I have mixed feeling about that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, kind of a move like h3, you never know in the long run whether it's going to be a good or bad move. It was a gamble. Maybe it's going to pay off, I don't know, because there's many things that white needs to calculate. Rook takes knight being one of them. Or do you just simply lift up the rook to d2? That could also be, there's also, because she goes for this particular capture, knight takes rook, she throws in check, and now you have to go king to g1, only move, otherwise h2, it is gonna be very, very unpleasant to deal with. The king to g1.
But there is no reason not to go to g1. And she goes rook.
What is happening here? Rook now. Okay, we see blue arrow as you have to double up, but can you set up some kind of checkmating ideas? Bishop to b6. Lock the king in a box.
Yeah.
Okay. But this is what I mean about online chess. I mean,
but look at what she did.
Easy.
She missed it.
Yeah, she didn't see it, but I think it's because you just somehow you're just thinking my knight is attacked, I move knight, and that's so much easier to do on online chess than it is in over the board. And over the board, somehow you're a bit more aware to these possibilities. But this one still good. Okay, well, h2, big threat of queening, so you have to go knight b5. Knight b5.
No, it was not good because cb and the rook on g6 covers the b6.
Yeah.
But this maybe works.
Yes. Use that pawn on h2 as a shield, and you've still got your ideas of bishop to b6, move that knight out, and create that kill box around the black king.
Well, it's still not so easy. Because rook b1 will be there. Rook g1.
Yeah, there's bishop to d4. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, but now
move a
rook
knight.
g1.
But wait 1 second, you have to cover checkmate. So this was a must.
No, but rook g1
And now
was
bishop to d4.
possible.
Bishop
Bishop
d4.
d4, game over.
You can't take it because rook to g1 is going to be checkmate. Rook g1 now going to be a deadly threat. And Anastasia is losing this one. Polina is going to take it.
Yeah.
Whoa, Polina wins. And are we going to see one more game? Yes, we are. Snuck in the final seconds. But, wow.
And then again 0-0, so one more game.
Yeah. Okay, for Anastasia, you know, she started with a win, but she's lost 3 games in a row, but they've been very close, I gotta say.
Rook e8.
Mm-hmm. And bishop comes out to the attack. h3 is a move. No games in the database, so big question for black. You've gone out with the bishop to g4. Was your point to take? Or was it just to provoke white? There you go, takes. e5? No, knight to d7, but e5 is definitely in the air, so that's why c3 has made an appearance, so that you can get ready to mate any e5s with ideas of pushing forward even more with d5. But no. Polina prefers to just keep the tension
maybe
on the
now
board.
takes and queen f6. Isn't that the problem?
Yeah.
Look at this weakness.
Yes. How to... Okay, but now you move the knight to e5. In fact, you have your choice. You can go... Actually, so many moves. Queen takes b2 is one. Knight to e5 is another.
Well, knight d4 is the third.
The knight d4 is the dream. Actually, I think that's the one that you should go for. Knight to d4 and then back it up with c5. Yeah, now I feel like the tables have turned and the black knights are not very stable. Knight d2 covers absolutely everything, and now you have moves like f4 incoming, b3. I love moves like b3. The knight on b6 is going to be completely dominated. Oh, and it's
f4. What do you
f4.
think about that?
Mm-hmm. It's the kind of move that I like to play. But I'm just thinking, if Polina wins this, she would have won 4 games in a row, and Anastasia, she would have felt somehow that things have not gone her way. Like, the score doesn't necessarily reflect the game. But as we're seeing, the queen steps up to e5.
Well, it looks scary with white also.
Mm-hmm. Pawn takes pawn. The bishop f4. Is that not something to target? The pawn on d6. But then there's a check. So still some calculation. As okay, so actually this is not that easy, because my instinct was to go bishop f4, but this allows queen d4, queen c5 check. And
well, I wouldn't like to exchange queens with black. I'd like to keep tension d5, d4, of course, yeah. Bishop b5, of course, then it could be a thing.
But okay, we see d5. d5 for me is a bit of a must. At least get compensation for the piece. Start motoring with the pawns. Knights. Okay. Ideas of improving the knight. Maybe knight e6. Yeah, you know.
That's possible.
It's not an easy position for white to handle, even though you'd have that extra piece, you know. Oh, but queen takes b2. Rook b1.
Okay, queen
And
a2.
the fight continues. Queen a2,
I want
yeah, I
queen
like
a2.
it.
So the
Bishop
rook
takes
cannot chase
d6.
the queen. Knight d3.
Bishop takes d6, rook
But
d8.
knight d3. Rook d8 also
Oh.
very strong.
Queen d7. Queen d2. It takes. And again, black's plan
Well,
is very straightforward.
She has a lot of pawns, right? d5, d4, d3. This I can visualize very easily.
I think we all get very excited at the idea of pushing pawns, and for Anastasia, this is also something that she can look forward to. D5. I mean, the time must be now, right? I mean, the only thing that I can think of being any concern is that the knight on c5 is going to be a touch soft, but the pawn on b7 is, even at the end of the day, is a little bit irrelevant. So bishop to d6.
Okay, logical. Attack. I guess rook c8.
Yep.
Or e3 is also something to consider, and then jump to e4.
Yeah. But I kind of feel like rook ec8 or rook ac8, that is a little bit more understandable. You introduce a new piece. Okay, you got to defend again. Bishop d4, bishop f8.
Yeah. Or just knight going back. What do you think going back with the knight, and after takes rook b7, rook c2?
Yep.
There are quite a lot of pieces on the second rank.
There's also, okay, she goes for this e3 plan.
But now this is not good because it's not going to come with the tempo, because rook c5. And actually now white is better again. Misplaying,
yes,
Anastasia.
And somehow you've kind of ruined the flexibility of the pawn chain as well, because rook c5, e takes d2, and the pawn on d2 can be corralled, as we're seeing. Pawn takes knight. Maybe she's going to delay it for a little bit. Go rook takes rook. Yep, takes the knight.
Yeah, but this is the problem for black. I mean, I wouldn't come to f1. I would go to f2 probably, or f3, so my bishop can be moved, because now when the rook comes to e1, it's with a check.
Okay, but there's still a fight.
Bishop c3 very good, because you cannot take because of d1. I mean, it's still possible to play, but...
Also, I wanted to highlight that there is an idea of going d4, d3 for black.
Yeah. Yeah.
The fight continues.
You have a point. You have a point there.
And maybe time to go. What about if you go bishop takes a7? You're going to meet d4 with king.
Bishop f2, look at that. What?
No,
Bishop
but she can
F2,
now
but
d4.
why
You
is
look how the
this-
bishop.
Ah, and you practically got yourself, yeah?
And now, as is rook takes, so obviously Polina's idea is to go rook takes b7, but this is going to be met by d3.
Absolutely.
followed by rook to... Yeah, okay, so you can't take... Okay, she takes it. Watch
D3.
out. D3. There was point. There was a purpose. D3. And...
Well, and you know what's
Anastasia
the problem.
finds it.
The real problem.
Yeah.
After bishop f3, rook e1, rook e2.
Mm-hmm.
Not d1, but rook e2.
Yeah.
But maybe this is also... The problem is that rook d2 will be, right? No, maybe d2 is just winning. d2 is just winning and white cannot stop.
Yeah. But the pawn is so strong. And we are seeing Polina run down the clock, but a very important win for Anastasia. If she can get it, it will keep her alive in the match. D2. Pass pawns are there to be pushed. That's exactly what she needs to do. And it will cost white a big chunk of material to keep that pawn. Stop it from queening. Rook a1, and we see Anastasia strikes back with a win.
Exactly.
Whew. Wow.
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 This was ups and downs in this game. Wow. Quite a lot of excitement.
It's definitely filled with excitement here, and we see that it's 3 points to 2. What a close match it has been. Well, Judith, everything to play for as we are soon going to be entering into the 3+1. Yeah,
absolutely. I'm very curious how they are going to be handling the 3+1 portion. Who is better when it gets a shorter time control?
Yeah, exactly. And that is the critical thing. Who is going to be better at the shorter time control? Who is going to have their wits about them? Well, it's all about knowledge. And you know, when it comes to knowledge, if you want to know exactly when the next elite chess bloodbath is happening, Chess.com's broadcast schedule is the ultimate pro tool to see every tournament. Check commentator lineups and get the exact start time in your local zone without doing math. It even syncs to your calendar so you can block out time for high stakes chess. Hit !schedule in chat, sync up, and start acting like you actually have your life together. And we're going to be right back with 3+1 right after this break.
That's the only record I have.
Well done, but come on.
Awesome.
Okay.
Who's the youngest ever female player to beat a grandmaster in a classical game?
Judith Polgar.
I'm gonna say, who's Susan Polgar?
Oh, this is one of my answers from before.
I even don't know female player who is, like young female player.
Koprinashvili.
No, I'm going to give you a hint that I gave you before. From right here in England.
Buldana, probably?
It's embarrassing. I don't know this actually. I don't know.
Her name is Bodhana Sivanandan.
She's grandmaster.
No, she beat a grandmaster.
Oh, I got your question wrong. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Oh. Who she beat?
Peter Wells.
Peter Wells, okay. Yeah, I knew that if I thought more now.
Who is the youngest ever classical world champion?
Gukash.
Someone from Soviet Union, I think.
That would be Gukash for me, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, of course, Gukash.
Gukash, right?
It's Gukash, yeah. We thought you'd get that one.
Okay, in the last year I'm trying to work out a bit more, going to the gym, but I'm not so good at that, of course. I'm just trying to stay active because when I was younger I was playing basketball and I was semi-decent with it. Probably an amateur player, let's say, around 2000 chess rating. But yeah, I'm trying to do that this year, and I started reading some classical books. I'm actually quite consistent with it, so a beginner, let's say, but a beginner that it's going to grow some rating on that as well. That's all. In general, when I was younger, I was getting more upset about some stuff, especially in my chess career, which I'm trying to change. I think I have changed them a lot. It's not like I'm not getting upset or something. I think every chess player is getting upset about some games and some other stuff during chess tournaments, but I think that I have gone more patient, probably also because of my work. So it took me some years to improve it and not get upset mostly about myself. But I think nowadays that at least I'm decent at that. Maybe not the best, but I'm decent, let's say. Probably I have sacrificed many days of vacation, especially when I was a student yet, because I was trying to play chess and finish medicine school. But I'm glad that I have a great support system, not only my friends and family, but also my workplace. So I'm happy that they understood my journey and that I'm willing to combine as much as I can both. And I'm very grateful about speed chess because it helps me play chess with very strong players while still being competitive at work as well.
All right, guys, what are we thinking for food?
Down to get pizza.
Ooh, let's get Mexican.
Pizza sounds good.
Mexican sounds pretty good.
Thai food. That's the worst call. I'm not getting Thai food. Let's play for it. All right.
Playing for it? Nope, not sitting for this. I'm getting pizza.
And we are back, and this one is brewing up to be quite the match between Polina Shuvalova and Anastasia Avramidou as we enter the half hour of 3+1 segment. And I got to say, Judith, Polina only has a 1-point lead. Do you think she'll be able to extend it, or will Anastasia manage to fight back?
It's a very balanced match. We've seen a lot of mistakes from both sides. It goes back and forth. So I think nerves, we have not talked today much about it, right? But at this point, when it goes back and forth, we are talking about nerves.
Yeah, absolutely. Nerves will definitely come to play their part in this, especially in those key moments. But my feeling though, Judith, is that when it comes to those final moments where the clock is ticking down, Anastasia seems to be in her element. We've seen her find great resources. We've seen her defend with just 30 seconds on the clock. And we'll see whether the players can manage to actually change the nature of the match, as we're seeing. On Anastasia, she has gone for knight f3, so gone for a completely different approach, but she's still keeping the position locked.
Yeah, it's a close position. Going to be close position, that's what I'm expecting, playing d4, c5. Though, if you go d4, then why did you play queen c7? So after queen c7, not necessarily we are going to see a close position.
No, that is true. So, but I'm expecting moves like c3. Okay, knight f1 is a kind of standard idea. Bishop e6, knight d7, a5. I think the tension will remain on the center for a while as we see knight to d7. Still, there are ideas of a5, c3, because it's kind of almost like a King's Indian, but with colors reversed, I want to say.
Yeah.
Knight d7, making an appearance. What is white going to be doing? Knight h4, d5. Now comes, well, not d5, d takes e4.
D takes e, d takes e.
And a5, knight c5, b5. Grab the space. And why not continue in the same vein with a5?
Well, this is an important square, the c4. So b3 is very logical that this kind of moves will be eliminated. Knight c6, knight d4 as an option, as a plan.
Yeah.
I would have also thought about g5. Well, now b4 and somehow creating the opportunity for the knight to jump.
Yes, and I like that. She's managed to establish a lovely square for the knight to hop into. Sure enough, in it comes. And queen has to move out of the way. Or will she get tempted to go queen takes a6? I don't think you should be touching queen takes a6. Not if you can help it and the queen moves over. But okay, pawn takes pawn. And black has got all the squares and all the fun. As bishop comes into e3. But still, that knight is beautifully supported.
Well, white has a pretty difficult position, or it could be. I thought if queen c3 was very powerful.
Yeah. Queen c2 is also another entry way in, as I feel like white is more or less forced to start. I thought rook c1. But okay, queen to d2.
Double attack.
And
double attack, but this is not really possible to take because of knight c2. So basically the bishop c6 is the question. Question is whether g5 is possible to play or not, for example. That could make sense.
Well, didn't that just win a pawn? But I liked it. But now I feel like white is starting to untangle. No, nothing is threatening to come in on the c line. White has the awkward pieces, but okay, we're seeing some
c3, knight d4. So black will just play queen b6 and then e5. So this is the big dilemma, big question, whether this is going to be again a strong one supporting rook c3, or it can fall off.
But isn't rook takes rook now? If you were going to do this, you should trade it off rooks first, because now you take, and then you want to be going rook c1, but you can't because the pawn on e5 is hanging. And now there's no pressure against the d pawn, which does allow the rook. I like this. Get behind your passed pawn and then start considering to push it. The knight mobilizes, knight to d3 incoming. So, of course, Anastasia spots that. Queen a5, d3. And here we're seeing more stuff as h4. So black is the one that is pushing.
I like it what white is doing, because now she has some counterplay chances. Also, what about knight d4? What is this queen on a3 doing? Queen C1.
Well, if I was thinking of that, so I'm not going to criticize it. It was my vibe too.
Oops, but
And
this is
hang on
not
a
your
second.
vibe because this is a losing move. Takes and bishop e5.
Yeah, bishop
Bishop
c3 is
C3.
next.
Well, this is a crucial game.
Absolutely. A5, A4, and that bishop on E6 is suddenly going to come alive and take down the white position. 32 seconds. And Anastasia really in big trouble here.
Well, of course, Anastasia is fighting with her seconds and against two passed pawns, which is unbearable. Impossible to do anything.
Okay, big threat. D1. It's going to net some material, so you have to block it. Oh, the rook. And in fact, you might not even want to be taking that rook, but okay, we see Polina, she begins a 3+1 with a win, extends her lead to 2, and because Anastasia is such a good bullet player, it's very important for Polina now to start maintaining her lead. Every point, every move, important.
Okay, rook e1, d4 at some point. Though they are very careful playing d4.
Yes.
It's like, I want to play d4, but I don't want to play d4. Maybe later on I want to go d4 in these Italian systems.
I thought that was the name of the game with the Italians. Like, you only get in d4 when your opponent is not really ready, but until then you have a whole dance. And now, okay, queen to d7. Big idea, big threat.
Oops, isn't something happening
Bishop
here?
takes f2, right?
Yeah, but yeah, and black has two pawns, and she's not doing it. What is
I don't think she
this?
saw
Maybe
it.
b6?
I don't think she saw it. I think it just wasn't on the radar. Sometimes these blips happen as we see a trade. But it was a golden opportunity for Anastasia to take control of the position. And here, knight. Okay, but now this is looking really nice for Anastasia.
For black.
The black piece is knight coming into f4. And
Look at this bishop again.
yes, beautiful. Knight f4. You're not going to be able to boot that knight out in a hurry.
I don't really understand this bishop. This bishop should be on e3.
Mm-hmm.
White is putting her
G6.
pieces into bad placing, I believe.
Yeah. Is there okay? But when it's missed opportunity, I'm itching for a sacrifice to happen. Like either knight takes h3, and obviously not now, but earlier on, or maybe knight to g4. King. Okay, she's setting it up. Knight to g4.
Uh-oh.
And can she do it now? Should she
Look
do
at
it
that.
now?
Look. Knight e5. Was
Oh,
a
yeah.
threat.
Okay, well in that case, play this move.
That was
It's
a tricky
safer.
threat. It was a tricky threat.
Yes. Very tricky. And this move, though, very calm. It's actually saying, hey, I'm going to go after your weak pawn on c4, which, by the way, you can't defend. Actually, you cannot defend. You move the queen, the f2 pawn is left unguarded. You move the knight, the f2 pawn is the problem. So, Polina in
This is a
big
problem.
trouble here. Queen takes c4 is there. Maybe.
Well. I mean, there are a lot of problems for white. c4 weakness, e4 weakness now. e4 is also hanging.
bishop
But
takes
bishop f2.
f2.
Bishop
No,
f2,
but there's
knight f4.
knight takes knight f4, yeah. But you can also go queen takes c4, queen takes e4. And the f2 pawn is going to be dropping. And massive time advantage for Anastasia, but that is the least of her worries. As his bishop just springs into action. Bishop to g3. Oi! It's game over. Rookie.
Well,
you have
material.
to give up. Knight d3. Knights are crafty pieces. They can go backwards, so Anastasia needs to move that bishop. So easy to forget these kind of elementary things. And here, now the rooks are going to be infiltrating. Rook e2, rook a2. Give the rooks the lines. That's all they want in life. An open line.
And also time-wise, Anastasia is very good. What is
Yeah.
she thinking about?
I don't know. Okay, she moves
I
her
mean,
rook.
you would be playing rook e2 instantly, right?
Yes.
Or she just wanted
But
to
that's
make
why
sure
they're
that
there and I'm not.
I have the time, so...
Yeah. Sometimes I get very excited about my position, and like a child, I play the quick move. Although like a child these days is not really something negative. It can be something very positive these days. But okay, rook c2 threatening rook a2, and Anastasia strikes back. So
Yeah.
she keeps on closing down the gap.
Nerves. Is it d3 again? Again they
Yep.
go here. Can't believe it.
Yep. But I got to say that in the early encounter, White was still a touch better. It was a bit more comfortable for White to play. And in this as well, knight d3, knight a4, you know, the knights just have a happier posts. And now Black has conceded the c5 square, which may not be a big deal right now, but it will be as soon as things start improving. c4. c4.
It was a sensible move, because now look at that, knight b4, knight d5 is very much on the radar of White.
Yeah.
So, isn't it about time to play knight b4?
Yeah, it makes the most sense. Knight d5 in the air. I guess you have to get bishop, knight b6. Not the best move.
Well, probably. Well, now there are some options. Bishop c5.
Yeah.
Oh, how painful it is. Oh my god. Also, knight a6 is in there.
Knight a6 was something. b3, and the player is just going for this technique of dominating your opponent's knights. But you want to be preserving that bishop. But now bishop to b6, and there's some untangling that is helping Black. Knight d5 doesn't come with as much power as it did before.
It can, yeah, but it still can be, because after the bishop exchange, there can be a very unpleasant check threat.
With
king takes. The problem is that this knight doesn't have the square of b3 right now, so it will have to move somewhere else. Rook b8, I guess.
Okay, but for the time being, Black has to deal with this knight c7 check. Move the rook. And
maybe knight c7 and rook c6. That would be, yeah. No, that can be a interesting continuation.
Yeah. For some reason, this knight on d2 was bothering me, so I wondered whether, like, you could play some kind of knight b1.
Knight b1, I thought about that.
Yeah.
But I don't like it, because we don't have time for everything, I believe.
Yeah, I was afraid you'd say that, But maybe it paid off though. Knight b1. Knight a3. That was also another direction wanted. Okay, knight c3. Fine. Knight e. Again, the knights are getting in each other's way. So, oh, only move.
Well, now, of course, white is provoking black, right? Trying to come with your pawns, make your weaknesses.
Yes. Yeah. And I also... No tactics as of yet, but it feels very close. Knight takes. Knight jumps in, and suddenly white has the C line. And you're right, you know, the whole provocation of extending the queen side, you know, rook c7 was what I thought was going to be played, but got ideas of going knight takes c6. Knight, maybe jump to c7, and then the rook is also going to lift up. Yeah, I was hoping to go rook to d5 and try to activate that way.
Yeah, I still don't understand. Well, I don't know if rook d5 is possible. Rook c8. Of course, black is looking for counterplay.
But now you go rook d2.
Game over. Now game over. Wow, it's going to be equalizing the match. If.
Yeah.
I mean, Anastasia. Wow. Well, fantastic chances to do so. Knight f5 threat, knight c4 stabilizing also.
And it's so close. So, like, somehow you just need to make sure that knight gets out of c5 and then you can infiltrate. But maybe g6.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I wanted to say also. At the same time, king d2 is a threat too. But now I think knight d6 and knight c4 attacking the knight. That is a killer.
Yeah. But you know, you have to be afraid of, or just take some care, is that if black manages to get a knight onto e4, there are rook e2 checkmating ideas. So I was thinking if you went knight d6, knight c4, there might be some knight e6 in response.
You mean knight f4? Okay.
Knight f4. Just later on, if you're not careful, and I just want to point out, because the players don't have so much time, you have to be tactically super sharp. Okay, as we see a4, but what about b4? Okay, wasn't chosen.
Yeah, b4 somehow was something I would like more for white. But probably she was afraid that, okay, no pawn, no pass pawn possibility. I don't want to lose this. I want to make the sure thing.
Yeah, but it's a golden opportunity. Okay, you can't take the pawn on a2 because of the loose knight, and
why is this f4 was played?
Because of the checkmating idea that I was telling you about.
There is no checkmate. But knight on d4 is not checkmate anymore. Knight from f4 it was a checkmate. From d4 it was only a check.
Ah, okay.
I mean, with 17 seconds I should not be talking.
But no, but anything can happen. And look at the h pawn is rolling. Okay, the king has to be ever so careful. As we see Polina there, just 3 seconds. And the king marching up the board. King trying to assist the a pawn. Oops. 1 pawn falls.
Knight d5.
Knight d5. Okay, but this one you can just give a check. You can give a check on b1, and that's one way to get out of it. And you can also go into this endgame where it's going to be a question of whether Polina can defend. No time.
Oh my god. King e7?
Yeah.
Zugzwang. King h6 he could go.
King h6, yes. But here's just almost
No,
a case
now
of a
look at that,
pre-move.
look at that, look at that. But what, king g4, it would be trapped.
It would have been trapped, but she doesn't have time, Judith. She just did not have any time to register that. But it was so close, and now it is going to be a draw. If Polina manages to find a way to give up her knight for the pawn. And we'll be seeing our first draw. And
well, this
now
is
the
it.
king, if it steps up, knight to g5. That's it.
This is it.
That's it.
Ooh, what a miss. What a miss.
Was a miss for Anastasia, who had a golden chance to level the match as it stands. Polina is still nurturing that very small 1 point advantage. And we have another e4, e5, an Italian. And this time we're seeing knight c3. So none of this c3 business that we saw earlier on. And what is going to be the response here? Bishop to e3. Bishop. B4. Knight d5 now.
Probably knight d5, bishop d5 is a question. Knight d5 takes, and then knight d7. Immediately the only move white has to go d4, e4. I don't know, but it's tricky. It's possible to take on e6 and maybe d4 after that. That is something I would consider.
But it doesn't really feel like
this a7 rook, you know.
Yeah.
It will has to lose some time to go back, which of course it's done immediately.
Yeah. And a4, just controlling the space. Queen d7. And black, I guess, will be going knight e7, knight g6. Setting up those similar ideas as before. Yeah.
Okay. Bishop e6 takes. I think d4 is a must. I would think. I mean, black wants to go knight h5 otherwise.
Takes. What about e5? That's move the king out of the way. Okay, be careful because there's knight takes e5, so black needs to go knight g6. And I don't know, I feel like black is the one who has the easier position to play.
Well, now it's easier with black, right? Because she has a clear plan of rook f8. After that, of course, it's a little mess how black should be continuing with her knights.
Yeah.
But it seems to be at first that it's easier with black.
Yeah. Double up the rooks, the knight's going to post up to f4. And these players, they play the openings so quickly that you feel like they get in a whole lot of games, you know, for before the time control. But okay, we rook e3, double it, and knight is going to come to f4 regardless. Okay, knight h5, same plan. Knight f4, knight h4. And how is white going to be fighting a knight posting up to the square as it jumps in? Now you can jump in again with the other one. The knight resurrects itself.
Well, but maybe she wants to go h5 first, push the knight back, and only after that.
Okay, but she took some time out to look after her queen side, just in case. Because actually, Polina's position, I mean, the rook on e3 is exceptionally placed. I didn't admire it until now, Because I'm looking, the rook can go to b3, it can go to g3, it can also go d3 when that knight is removed from f4. Very flexible. And b3. What about rook to d1? As d5 is chosen, and we have just under 4 minutes remaining of the 3+1 in a very tense position. And now big possibility, can black play rook to d8? Can you get away with taking the pawn? And look at this, Anastasia says yes, I can. Could it be this game that she wins and equalizes? Blue arrow, queen to d5.
Well, probably that was better, but this is also quite unpleasant for white, threatening to go knight h5, trapping the knight, the rook, to start with.
And it happens right now, knight h5. Polina hasn't seen it.
Yeah.
And Anastasia leans back. 20 seconds for Polina, and she has just blundered an exchange. Polina in trouble as she takes the pawn, but off goes a rook.
Trouble. But still technique is needed. I mean, rook check, rook c1, rook, yeah. Still black can go wrong. Bishop rook e8, interesting. I don't know how much I like that for black.
Yeah, I was thinking the other direction, jump in with the rook.
I think she should have played, you know, she made a mistake. She should have played check on f1 and after that to play rook e8.
Yeah. Well, as it stands, this is also pretty good.
True.
Two rooks very close, and now all you need to do is get the e8 rook into the game. But it's not an easy, as we see Polina 10 seconds on the clock and still finding moves to remain in the game. Anastasia under 40 seconds, tapping her brain. Now is the time for it to click into action, as we see the rook is going to line up on d2, so Polina stops that. Rook d3. And it comes, rook takes d3.
She's not going to ruin this one.
No. King is going to hide away in the corner.
This, well, the rook on the second, it's just a killer. It takes on rook c3, rook h3.
Rook h3.
Yeah.
Yep, nothing, and Anastasia wins, and we still have 1 minute remaining on the match clock on the 3+1, so we're going to see another game. But as it stands, it is even Stevens. Both players have 4.5 points. Anastasia with the white pieces. Okay, more stuff happening as we see a pure King's Indian attack. What are your thoughts, Judith, on this particular variation? Because I remember growing up with the romantic stories of Bobby Fischer, you know, everything was worked out. But then at some point, you know, you get to a level and people start saying, no, it's not good enough. What's your vibe?
To be honest, I was not really playing it with either color. At the same time, whenever I see a position like this with white, I think white is just having a huge advantage for some reason. I mean, this queen and bishop on the diagonal, having the knight on g4. At the same time, I don't know exactly why I have this feeling. Of course, now it's a question whether the d5 pawn will be moved away, so then the e4 square would be could be an important square. But somehow, maybe it's not that white has an advantage necessarily, but it's very dangerous for black because there is no defender on the king side for black.
Yeah, I completely agree. Although this is meant to be an antidote, that you post up the bishop on f8 and there's not going to be any sacrifices, you know, on h6 or g5 or anything that's going to happen. Everything is covered. But still, it's a really tense position because it feels like, you know, black's advantage on the queen side is going to take forever to start to tell.
Well, now white has a question to be answering because d takes c4 is there. So I don't know if white wants to go queen c1, which looks pretty strange, or she goes
well, can
back
you go
queen e2. But that's where
can you go
came from.
b3? Can you go b3 because there's a knight on f3 doing, or is
yeah,
and then trying to
then-
jump in with the knight to e4.
But after d takes c4, what do you want to do? B takes c4.
I wanted to try the queens. Okay, what's actually happening?
Okay. Well, I thought white wants to avoid the queen exchange.
Well, Polina said no, she doesn't want the queen exchange just yet. Makes a lot of sense, but now she can do the queen c1 that you suggested. But okay, this is also keeping the tension as you can no longer capture on c4 because of the loose bishop on b7. What next?
Well, knight on h4 is good because I can visualize something interesting. If white can take on h6, can go knight f6 and then play d4 and then queen c2 and somehow give mate. I don't know how is it possible to execute this whole thing, but I would be worried with black that something will hit me on h6.
Yes.
Eventually.
But also there's no solace in an endgame because, okay, I was going to say d takes
But you
c4.
you see, she also didn't want to change queens. She still has this dream of winning by giving checkmate. For example, whoops.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah. And it might be just a dream. As a pawn disappears off, you can't take the knight because the rook is hanging on d1.
Absolutely horrible news for white.
Maybe not the end of the road though, because you can go queen c1 and the dream perhaps still lives.
Knight b2. Rook d4, even better. Rook d4 first. You know, it's lucky for black. I'm sure she blundered that d takes c4. But rook e4, rook e1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rook
That
e1.
this is what I wanted to
everything-
say, that this, that's protected on c8.
Yeah. And
Nerve-wracking match.
again, it is. It is. Because you never can tell what is around the corner. As we're seeing, the match clock is down to 0. So we're going to move on to the bullet after this. But as we're seeing on the board that Polina is in full control, bishop takes h6. Takes it. Knight f6. Well, it was worth a punt. Why not?
Okay, I understand. Why not to give another piece away?
Yeah. Okay. And we have Polina Shuvalova. She wins and she is nurturing a 1-point lead. So after the 5+1 and 3+1, this is the score as it stands. It's 5.5, 4.5 in Polina's favor as we see our players get ready. They are bracing themselves for a break. They'll be able to reset, refocus. These are the scores on the floor, and 5.5, 4.5. Anything can happen in the bullet section, but Judith, now it's all about speed. Who do you think is going to be the fastest, the sharpest, the quickest tool in the box?
I think it's completely 50-50. I can't even say that Polina is a favorite. She has a lead, but it does not matter much because we've seen there were ups and downs continuously, right? So this is something, I mean, it's fire on the board. We see that Anastasia is really tough there. And she can pull out some very interesting ideas in the most unexpected moments. And she can turn things around. So we've seen that all the time during this match. So now in the bullet, it's all about intuition and about nerves. And nerves
it's
are a tricky
also
thing.
they are a tricky thing. And also one thing I gotta say, you must not let yourself get distracted. Keep your eyes on the prize. And talking about distraction, now you can keep your Chess.com training sessions distraction free with an ad-free membership. It strips away all of the background ads on the site so you can focus 100% on your rating climb. Upgrade your personal playing experience at go.chess.com/no ads plan or hit exclam no ads in chat for more info. And on that note, keep your eyes on the prize because it's bullet coming up next.
Okay, it's actually fun because at 12 I got my first European Championship, so I would tell myself that this championship helped us a lot with achieving our goals during finding a good job that we like and managing to go to more tournaments, very strong tournaments, competing to World Cup last year, and most importantly, we managed to be on the Greek team for 10 years and hopefully for more. I'm still not in a residency program, so first I'm working on getting that and start practicing medicine and help as many people as I can. This is my first priority from the next years, and hopefully I can also continue to grow in the hobbies that I have. Let's say that I want to travel more, I want to experience even more stuff with arts and stuff like that, because recently I have got into it. So I want to visit some gyms, I want to show some chess and not chess related arts since I recently visited one and it was super fun for me. So first I have to finish my residency program and then start to exploring as much as I can before being, let's say, a full-time doctor. Okay, obviously I think and I consider myself better at bullets, so of course I would choose this type of format first. Although I like playing all types of speed chess, so if I had to choose one I would choose bullet, but I also enjoy very much playing blitz, so first it's bullet and then for the other two I enjoy them, but nothing specific about them. For me it's to adjust to the games and trying not to tilt if you are not in a good form, basically. I know that you have the chance to recover if you, let's say, lose 1-2 games, but for me the important thing is to not lose too many games in a row and basically start tilting and blundering even more when you know that you can avoid them.
And it's crunch time as we enter the bullet portion. 15 minutes of 1 minute plus 1 second, and it's ever so close. Polina Shivalova, she is leading by 1 point over Anastasia Avramidou. And the big question here is, will Anastasia be the one to cause an upset as she faces Polina? I've got to also remind everyone that Anastasia, she is a bit of an online speed specialist in terms of bullets, although Polina Shivalova, she is the one, she has a big, healthy Chess.com record. She was the first woman to break 3,000 on 3+0, that blitz time control. The big question is, who is going to have the bigger nerves of steel? Oh, Judith, I feel like this one, it's anyone's guess.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the whole match is completely open. That's very clear. And, well, we are going to see how many games? 3 to 5 games, at least, right? Mm-hmm. So anything can happen. Anything can happen. And even the 5 minutes games when there is, checkmate suddenly, and 1 second after that you start your new game. I mean, here it can be, it's just, you don't even realize what's going on around you with these bullets without having a second break. So because of this, it's really nerve-wracking, and we see on the players also that they also both know. Polina also knows it exactly, that this is nowhere of her winning the match yet. So it's completely open. Let's see. Fast.
Fast, furious, and already the players are just whizzing through the opening moves as we get to this Scotch game. I want to say the 4 knights variation. And there we're seeing the bishop drop back to d6. Rook to b8 is a common idea. The bishop can also come out and set up that pin. And now b3 being played. So a solid choice there from Polina, as we see the bishop centralize itself, but a completely different approach.
Yeah, it's very solid for both sides, I must say. Everybody is very careful. Queen d6. I would also think about playing rook b7, rook e7, doubling the rook, not moving the bishop away. She does.
Incidentally, there was, instead of doubling up, there was the possibility of sacrificing the rook for the bishop. But okay, that is now long gone, as we see in black is the one that's taking control of the center. But white has the very healthy pawn structure.
I don't know, somehow
saying that you've got to stop.
I think somehow c4 can be in there.
Yeah, absolutely. The knight on c3, it is vulnerable. Also, the queen on d6, she is just begging for some open lines so that she can start working her magic. Okay, the knight takes a step backwards, maybe to go to e3, jump into f5.
Or she wants to go bishop c3, provoking d4. I don't know, but one thing is for sure, I would like to play it with black.
Mm-hmm.
It's very dangerous for white, I think.
You asked for it, it has appeared. And now bishop takes a4, and there's a passed a pawn that is asking to be pushed. Thrown a check. Trades. Queens come off, but...
Okay. Now white is doing well.
Mm-hmm.
This is a weakness on a6.
Well, how are you going to defend a6? And there is no defense. He falls off. And black is very careful. Sorry, white is very careful that any rook a1 is going to be met with rook e1. And there, see, Anastasia, she has to go on the defensive. She wants to hold this one. She's
and
a
rook
pawn
a2.
down. Rook a2.
No,
well,
check and rook a2.
Now, bishop rook c1, bishop a3.
I guess bishop c3 and rook e2. Rook e2 immediately.
You can't.
Okay.
You can't take.
Okay.
8 seconds. And Polina is the one who is flexing here in terms of her speed. Look how she's just making those moves as quickly as possible, just keeping things tense. Anastasia being forced to use up time on the clock, okay, offering up a trade into a rook and pawn endgame. Okay, this should be a draw, but it's not going to be
Well,
easy as the white king comes in. Now it's harder and harder.
No,
Rookie
but
two.
this is very dangerous for black.
Rook
I was very
C2.
surprised that she entered into the rook endgame.
And now the king is going to come forward. Rook C3. This is the technique. Get your rooks behind the passed pawns. Okay, advance. And now, is there a way for the king to start working its magic over to F5?
Okay, now it's a draw, yeah?
Yeah.
Check, and then she can take on C5.
Okay.
Very important saving.
Very important save there from Anastasia, who was in big trouble. She now has the white pieces, and she also switches things up, as we're seeing knight f3, but not a closed position at all. It's like a reverse Sicilian. And then the knights come out, rook gets lined up, and white knight is going to centralize.
I think there was a
itself.
pawn. In the meantime, there was a pawn could be taken, I think, on e5.
On e5.
But things are happening so fast that it's...
Well, you blink and you miss it. I was looking around for some water to drink, so now I'm gonna... Didn't spot it. So e4, chasing away the knight, but on the other same hand, you are looking out the bishop on g2, and still very tense in this position. And look at Anastasia. She's got like 55 seconds on the clock, and knight takes knight.
But again, she could take on
knight.
e6, and there was a pawn on a7, no?
Yes, there was.
I mean,
And
there was a pawn which
A7.
could be not there anymore.
Yes, those are the best type of pawns. Disappeared from the board. But okay, now black is the one taking over the initiative, taking control of the C line. B pawn can be a strength, more likely going to be a weakness. And there's a big square for a knight to jump into d4. I'm expecting moves such as
Knight c5.
knight c5.
Yeah. I mean, black now has a beautiful position. Now black has harmony between his pieces.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everything. I mean, look at this d5. Okay, now maybe
wait 1
he's
second.
and bishop h3, yeah?
Yeah.
Bishop h3 was forgotten.
Yes, but okay, she has to spot it. Instead, she moves the rook to c1. Okay, you can take on a7, and that is also... But hang on a second. There's going to be... You have to go bishop f1 first. No, you can't, because the knight
The
was
f3
hanging.
is hanging. Oh,
Mhm.
bishop g4, very unpleasant.
Yeah. Okay, now is the time. Finally, you can take on c5 or take on a7. You got to swap off rooks, and then you can block with a knight. Okay, blocks with the bishop. Yeah, but this is unpleasant for white, fighting against the bishop pair, and especially if you have to sound the retreat.
Well, it's very important for white not to allow the black bishop on this diagonal, because that
Mhm.
would be horrible. Bishop, yeah, no, it's everybody's
Knight
tied
d2.
up.
Yeah.
Why? Knight f1, knight e3. Why the rush?
Well, I think it's going to be fizzling out to a draw because the king must keep its connection with the bishop. Oh, instead we have a nice, very swanky way of getting into an opposite color bishop endgame. But
It's
the
not
result,
over yet. It's not over yet.
yeah,
Though
not
I was
over yet
expecting
until it's
g4
over.
or something. Well, you
Mhm.
never know. h5. Why not h5?
I had to try h5.
Yeah, that was the only thing.
And now the
mean,
bishop
okay,
is going
now-
to sit there pretty. And every
Okay,
time the king
draw.
steps up, you just dance like this. But for Polina, very important draw there, and it also took a long time as well. Just still 1 point in it.
This is so funny that bullet games, 2 bullet games became ended as a draw. Bullet games, can you imagine? I mean, bullet, where basically you don't even follow what's going on in the game. You can't follow properly.
I understand. And in all the other games, we only had 1 draw. In the 5+1 portion, no draws. And then the bullet, 2 draws.
Yeah. The less time we have, the more draws we end up.
Okay, we have a change here with knight to g3 happening, and it's very important if you get your queen out to h3 that you flick in this move h3, because otherwise bishop to g4 is a kind of unpleasant move, embarrassing the queen. But h3, knight g3 is the setup to be played, and white is depending on very good structure, whereas for black it's the activity and the control in the center. So knight f5 is an idea that maybe black should be careful about, but instead we're seeing Anastasia just get ready to make the trades.
Yeah, but for white it would be very helpful somehow to have the control over the black squares. If black will, well, I don't know what she will be doing. If rook e2 and then queen d6 takes.
Well,
okay,
she's gone for this particular endgame.
Yeah, but it doesn't look much for white. No big deal. c5, black is very healthy. If she can go king e7, king d6, I mean, I would even play it with black, to tell you the truth.
Well, you know, for Anastasia needs to win at some point, because she is trailing by 1 point. So
yeah,
for Polina, it's very good for her to play these long games that just drag the game on until kingdom come. And that way she burns the time on the clock as we're seeing the players repeat moves. Are we going to be seeing a 3-fold repetition?
No, she has to play on, I think.
She has to, just 25 seconds. And okay, we see a different move in play.
Takes, rook a8.
Isn't this better for black?
Wow, look at that, d4 and knight d5.
Mm-hmm.
Knight d5.
Well, you can go d.
Viking e6. She
It's
should have played
instinct.
knight d5.
Knight d5 would have been possible. I also wonder whether d3 was also a possibility, but okay. Instead, we're seeing knight d5 right now, but the white king is now inched closer to the center. Rook steps up. Rook a2. Just keep the rook. And here, a miss. But okay, with seconds on the clock, these things are super easy. As she tries the other way.
White is on the edge. Rook e1, rook e2, very unpleasant.
Also, blue arrow saying knight b4 was the way forward. But okay, knight b4 is going to make an appearance right now because there's a pin in town. Okay, rook to e1 is an idea.
Ooh, this is unpleasant. This is unpleasant, but still black is... rook f2.
f2.
King is cut.
King takes pawn.
No, now it's over. Rook f3. King f5.
Yep.
Over. And she's gonna win. Look at the time. She's going to win. h5, she's going to win.
Mm-hmm.
She's not going to let this go. She's just collecting some time.
She is, and now she gets the 2 pawns advantage, and now the king is just gonna start to march his way up.
Wow.
And Anastasia strikes back, and now it's all equal in the score. We have 2 minutes and 18 seconds left of the match, and whoever wins this one is gonna walk away into the quarterfinals. Wow. Anastasia now with the white pieces. It would be the first upset of the round of 16 if Anastasia wins. And
well, incredible balanced match. Anastasia is playing solid. Provoking e5. Bishop c5, I guess.
Yes. E5. 1 minute, Kay.
What? What was this?
Yeah, this is bishop takes b3. Oh no. And maybe the nerves just getting a little bit too much for Anastasia as she blunders. And after all of the fight, now Polina is in full control.
And you know what's crazy? She will have to decide at certain point whether she resigns and tries the next game, or she goes all the way here and losing this one. Because we have 53 seconds to go. She has to make this decision. I don't know how much she's following that.
Yes, it's a good strategy actually. I think she's going to have to keep one eye on the board, one eye on the clock, and then play it at that. At the minute, it's all equal. 33 seconds. And Polina has a very straightforward plan of just simply advancing on the queen side, b4, b3. The bishop pair, so powerful in this type of position. 17 seconds of the match remaining, but does Anastasia have an eye on this? 7 seconds. Watch the match clock, everyone. 4, 3, 2, 1.
No, she did not resign. She has more confidence.
Okay. But that could have been the most practical try, because ultimately this game is going to be very difficult to save with 2 pawns on the queen side barreling down.
Oh yeah.
Knight f5. Bishop is going to come back. 17 seconds. Bishop takes
now
f2.
b4. Now rook b4. She's back in business. Now she's back in business.
And
H3.
Anastasia, complete confidence in herself. Rook b4, and now we have a fight as the king starts moving up.
Well, to say
9
the
seconds
least.
for Polina.
Rook a4.
Move the rook. It's under fire.
Because king g5 and checkmate threat would be there.
Yeah. And now everything is equal.
We have
4
to say
seconds.
that she made the right decision.
Absolutely.
What?
And in fact, she's turning it around.
Look at that!
She's turning it around. Rook takes c6. Nod of the head. Things are going.
Look at this,
in
what's
her
happening.
way.
Take on e5.
Unbelievable.
Oh my.
It's just
King
a
f4.
collapse by Polina. No time on the clock. And she throws in a few checks. And Anastasia, 2 pawns to the good, just has to find a way to hold the nerve in order to
push the pawn. It was knight d4,
pawn.
knight c6. Knight d4, knight c6. Knight d6 check? Nobody cares. Okay.
It doesn't matter anymore, Judith. As we see the g pawn advance.
Stupid question.
Go throw no check. Okay, she goes knight
Knight
h6.
h6. Oh my god, bishop h6 was there.
Oi, oi, oi. That had us entertained until the very end, but Anastasia wins. What a match it was. Clutch win there at the end, and that means that Anastasia Avramidou, she makes it to the quarterfinals. In the end, her nerves of steel, they won out. This was a match that went to the very edge, Judith. Completely unpredictable, but boy, was it thrilling.
That was unbelievable. I mean, this is the time when you say that destiny exists. I mean, if you think about it, what was going on in this match, right? It was going back and forth, hell of a lot of mistakes, a lot of opportunities, missed opportunities. And then we see this where Polina is still hanging on and fighting and keeping the advantage, and then she's losing the last 2 games, and especially seeing this specific game when it was over, when I was coming up with my crazy idea that maybe she has to resign to be able to come back. Instead, she was continuing a completely lost position basically, And Anastasia played incredibly badly the opening, starting from giving up the bishop pair, blundering a pawn. Basically, there's no chance at all. And she's kind of able to create something from really nothing. She has this presence in the game. And even when she was completely winning, not winning a rook, like checking the rook, she was about to queen, rook check, and then really queen. Instead, she plays knight h6, and it gives the knight, and black could take the knight, and then it's a draw. And Polina goes out king h7 and g8. I mean, how on earth you win like that, right? But okay, nerves. This is what I can
That's
tell
something
you.
that you said all throughout the match. You know, watch the nerves, because at some point they will crack. And there we just saw complete panic from both players. They didn't really register exactly what was happening. There's so much on the line. This is a winner stays. Winner continues onto the next stage. Loser gets eliminated, and well, it means one thing. We have our 8 quarter finalists locked in, and these are our 4 matches. So let's dive in, and Judith, while I have you here, I'd love to have your thoughts on each of these matches. So we have Ju Wenjun, reigning WSCC champion, facing off against Alice Lee, just 16 years old. That is going to be happening on the 24th of July. So that's going to be one of our final quarterfinal matches. What do you expect from this one? Because Alice, she is like the comeback queen.
Well, I think it's going to be extremely interesting to watch and to commentate. Because, well, first of all, we are going to be witnessing a match with the experience versus the very young. And this is something always very interesting for me to follow, like how the nerves play out and also how the experience. But of course, Ju Wenjun is so experienced. I think she's one of the most experienced player out there right now, lady player, who've been everywhere, on the bottom and on the very top, many times both ways, mainly on the success way. So that will be something especially interesting.
Yeah,
very curious how it will be played out. I hope it's going to be a tight match. But
I also hope so too. Because Ju Wenjun is so powerful in the 3+1 format. And then moving down the brackets, I mean, we also have Katerina Lagno, who was in powerful shape against not Vaishali, but Karina Ambatsamova.
Yes.
She's going to be playing against Anastasia Avramidou, who we just saw defeated Polina Shuvalova. What about that encounter?
On that match, of course, Katarina also a very, very experienced and very resilient player. We've seen her coming back, and the resourcefulness she has and the nerves she has. So all that is so strong. At the same time, you never know. You never know, of course.
Yeah.
You never know, but she's the favorite.
And I agree, Katerina Lagno, she's won this event before. She is definitely one to follow, and maybe we'll see her enter all the way to the finals. But Ho Yifan against Anna Muzychuk. Ho Yifan was in powerful shape today against Dinara Wagner. Anna Muzychuk took down Vaishali in a very nice match at some point, doing a clean sweep, something that we didn't really expect. I suspect it's going to be close, that one.
Yeah, that can be something pretty close as well. But of course, I mean, when we are getting closer and closer to the end of the tournament, of course, those players who qualify, they did show already their qualities. Not only in this tournament. On this tournament, they showed that they are in good form, or they are ready to take their chances when it's given, right? So of course, when we get closer and closer, semifinals and finals, you know that the players are really, generally speaking, they have the right mindset. At the same time, of course, it's blitz, so everything depends on how much you can focus, how are your nerves, and how is your mindset on that afternoon.
Yeah, I'm glad that you said mindset, because on final quarterfinal match is between Bibisara Asalbaeva, 3-time Women's World Blitz champion, and Divya Deshmukh. Now, Divya, she absolutely stormed into the quarterfinals with her victory, but what set her apart was that she played with the music on, singing, dancing, having the time of her life, and that reflected on the score. She won with 14 points to 1 and looked completely unstoppable.
Well, that match can be a bloodbath, yeah? I mean, those girls, they are both incredibly powerful. They are both young. So that's also very interesting to see the youngsters battling it out. They are both very much a rising star. They are in their prime and they are going higher. So that's a completely different kind of atmosphere. When you see youngsters who are actually bright, learning, you don't know in the next tournament if they are going to be making extremely special performance, as Bibisara won the Norway Chess 1 round ahead. So Divya, we've seen her playing extremely well, winning the, what did she win? World Cup? World Cup she won, right? So you can see on both girls that they can be tough, they can be focused, they can be determined, and they can finish the job. So that's why I think that match in some ways is the most interesting, because they are both of them rising without so much experience yet.
No, they don't have the experience, but they certainly got the motivation, and they also have great knowledge and also great experience in the online chess system. Both of these players have played this event before. But I liked what you said there. It's all about focus, determination, mindset, grit, resilience. You gotta have it all if you want to advance to the next stage. But it's official, Judith. Round 16 is in the books. One stage has been completed, and now we enter the next one, the quarterfinals. Big thank you, Judith, for sharing your knowledge, your insights, and making this absolutely entertaining. It has been absolute cinema today. And a big thank you to everyone at home for watching. All that's left for me to say is we will see you all in the quarterfinals. Goodbye.
Bye.